world's time is gonna be fine, but our time's gonna need a little time to...
You know, stabilize.
Our time is gonna be unstable? What does that even mean?
It means relax and stop being a pussy, Morty. I thought you learned that by now. It also means don't touch your parents or we can shatter into countless theoretical shards.
Wait a minute, what?
Away we go!
Greetings, Fright Nights, Monster Girls, and assembled members of the Slut Pit. Welcome to Satanic Sunday. Hail Satan. Oh, man. And what a strange week it has been. It's always a strange week for me. Like, things are always happening. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, but mostly they just are. Hail Satan. It's a very, it's very interesting times that we live in at the moment. Everything seems to be falling apart. Sometimes the apocalypse seems to be upon us. And when I say the apocalypse, I don't necessarily mean the end of the world. Sometimes I simply mean the end of the world as we know it, which is something that happens to us all the time, where we're constantly in a state of the world falling apart and hopefully reconstituting itself. This seems to be the case for me, and I always find that I myself have great problems. My greatest problem, I have two great demons, as it were, unhelpful demons. One is anxiety, the other is, of course, depression. And I think that these are the great... Thank you, House Rage, for donating.
Hail Jackula.
That's right. By the way, our little... we have a little voice, text-to-voice thing going on now. So if you put something in the super chat, it will go out to the wide world in female audio form, because that's the form it should be. But as I was saying, we always seem to have strange things afoot. And it's not always obvious stuff, right? You know, sometimes it is. I mean, we've got, as far as I'm concerned, we've got, Trump in the White House. That is essentially unacceptable. That is not something I am fantastically happy with. But we've also got a great opportunity in the form of what is going on in the world of YouTube and online video. It's become increasingly obvious that the new major frontier, the new gold rush, is going to be online streaming. So we are going to plant our flag there for the most part, which is good for me because this is something I enjoy doing quite a lot. Trev Apocalypse says, hopefully you won't get Le Pen in France. Oh, I don't know if France is going to be able to avoid it. If they could figure out how to dodge that right-wing nationalist bullet, I hope they tell the rest of the world. Because, We need to course correct. Thank you, Randall Bright.
Hail Satan and Jackula.
Thank you. Kendall Wright. Sorry. The funky Germanic font made it a little hard to read. But, thank you, Kendall Wright. And this is what I mean by streaming is probably going to be the future. The fact that you can now donate during the stream is a great boon for everybody. Because now you're... let's see.
Jack, should I take mushrooms then get on Skype?
Alex, the deep fish friar, asks an important question of the age. Should he take mushrooms, then get on Skype? I will respond with the words of Hunter S. Thompson, a great hero of mine, which is, I cannot advocate the use of drugs and alcohol, but they've always worked for me. What a great time to be alive. I actually, I've been looking into VidMe more and more, and while I'm not convinced I should go there, I am convinced that YouTube needs to adopt the VidMe strategy. Because what you could do on VidMe is you can directly donate to videos that you like directly, like right on the page. And I think YouTube needs to do that. Because how wonderful would it be if in the moment people could donate just like $1 and consider how many subscribers one has on YouTube and consider that about 10% of those people will donate and about 10% of those will donate regularly. So we'll take my channel for existence. We have like what, 12,000 subscribers. So about 120 of those are going to donate, period. And about 12 of those will donate $1 or $2 every time. That means that that's about $12 to $24 per video on a channel of my size whenever one comes out. Oh, another donator, speaking of which.
Black hole shark, want you shark and shark away, the shark.
Oh, Dofa Palpatine donates $5 and reminds us of Black Hole Shark, the infamous fucking song that we created when we were considering.
Take the ticket. Enjoy the ride.
Oh, I think Chaotic Doctor has spoken. Because I'm pretty sure that message is for Alex the Deep Fish Friar. Yes. Yes, I think it is. So, I think my only regret is that I couldn't take that trip with you. I could only be the sober, experienced guide. Because I don't have anything like that. I only have I have a mixed drink in my hand, which is a mixed on the low end because we tend to go for a while, so I don't want to ramp up too quickly. I don't want to get too lit too quickly. The host has got to has some responsibilities he needs to tend to. But if you can guarantee somewhere between $12 and $24 per video, or at least per week, that more than makes up for the ad revenue that is potentially lost in this YouTube apocalypse. Oh, Jamie Joanne Russell, thank you.
Oh, what the hell? Vampires rule. Werewolves drool.
Hey, I love my lupine brethren, but they do have a drooling problem. And as vampires, we do rule. We do rule quite well. I gotta Let's see. I probably can't keep these in for too long because they create speech impediments. But, you know, not all bad. Oh, man. Oh, Drowned Boy Productions, did you make a new mask? Huh. So I think that would, I think that a guaranteed video split, more or less, roughly, would more than make up from the lost revenue, especially if YouTube is skimming like a small percentage off the top. That would probably help quite a bit. You know, it would keep the creators happy if nothing else. And I guarantee that it would bring back some of YouTube's lost revenue without having to worry about the advertisers and their needs. Because, hey, let's face it, you know. Thank you, Rick Classic.
This is Draculan country.
He's right, you know. This is Draculan country. No! Someone named Danny Demonic has just subscribed to the channel. Run, little zombie. You get those subscribers for us. And if you can guarantee that much, holy crap, that could save YouTube. That could actually save YouTube. And the thing is that YouTube is not necessarily in danger of going away, but it is in danger of just making less money than it did, which would put it farther in the red. But a donation scheme on top of everything else would probably make a sort of statement that YouTube and Google have been famous for in the past, which is, fuck the man. House Rage donated again.
I'm just doing this for the tits.
That's what they're there for, man. That's what they're there for. So yeah, I think, let's see. I did want to see if, oh, we have someone named Cerebus Stewart subscribing at the moment. Oh, Cerebus, are you, you are obviously new. Welcome. Welcome to the Count Jackula streams Satanic Sunday. I hope you enjoy a place here at the Slut Pit. Everyone say hello to Cerebus Stewart. Cerebus means spot, by the way. So the giant three-headed dog of Hades is, his real name is Spot. But Cerebus does sound cooler, no doubt about it. Now let me just check and see if someone I intended to have on as a guest has replied. If they have not, then I think what we should do is have we should probably have Yogi and Alex on stream, you know, in Skype, and then we'll switch out. But I think what we will start with is, I think I owe Alaizia. First, I think we owe Alaizia and Adrian Eldritch a little bit of time. Lazy Robin, thank you.
The chicken fucking cometh, he cometh for thee.
Chicken fucker. Oh, man. All right, let's see. How is the Skype looking? Yeah, Alaizia, let's get you and Eldritch on now, since it will be 30 to 45 minutes, 30 minutes to an hour before I think Alex is ready, so to speak. And then we'll get him and Yogi on. So just send me a message on Skype. You already have my info. See, what else has been going on in the world of Jackula? Well, obviously we are working to... we're trying a new system out. Right now we are streaming off the new streaming computer, which to be honest is not as robust as the regular machine, but hopefully it doesn't have to be. The reason we're doing this is because we're going to be putting a capture device in this machine so that we can stream gameplay again. And I think that, you know, hopefully that will work, because I've sunk a few $100s into this project. And I'm hoping that I didn't just make a mistake, because maybe I should just increase the processor of the main computer. But hey, you know, hey. Oh, thank you, Razorvine. Oh, man.
I am off to sleep, but we should do that idea Yogi had this week. When I don't work the next day. Night, Jack and Slut Pit.
Good night, man. Oh, Heavy Metal Madman,
what the
thank
hell?
you.
Why not? Have my money.
Hey, I will take it. I will use it only for the most satanic and slutty of purposes. You know, because that's what we got to do. So what was the idea that Yogi had this week? Which one are you talking about? I'm still waiting for that message, Azalea. Alaizia, sorry. Oh, man. Oh, the floating temple? I think it was something... It might have to do with the floating temple, but I have a feeling it's something that could actually be done relatively quickly, given the way Razorvine was talking about it. Is Baron on the chat? You mean Baroness? I don't know. Is Baroness here? Oh, the big gay stream. Oh, man. Well, I would definitely be like the least gay thing on there. But if you just want that for the not entirely homosexual perspective, I'm totally game. I'm totally game. I would not mind doing that. Oh, I just got a message. But who is it from? Oh, I see. All right. Here we go. Alaizia did give me a message. It just wasn't from her regular account, so I wasn't looking at the right thing. All right. Hello, is that Agent Eldritch?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, man. I said pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Are you guys
How you been?
Oh, doing okay. Are you guys on camera or just audio?
Audio. I think I can possibly get camera.
Ah, wait, I see cameras happening.
Yeah, there we
Hold
go.
on.
That's
Hold
cool.
on. Let's get some screen capture of this. All right. Alaizia, you're looking perturbed. Can you hear us? I get the feeling.
I don't think he can speak.
Yeah, I'm not hearing. I'm not hearing voice.
Me
So,
neither.
unless she's fucking with us. I think the answer is she cannot be heard at the moment. Oh man. All right, let's just get this. Lazy, you still here? Can you hear us?
Does it have anything to do with your headphones? Because if you hook them in, then it should be able to go through the speaker from the head. Because if you hook them
Whoa.
in, then
Just a second. The problem is, I had.
well, we can hear you now.
No, the thing is, just a second. My headphones. There's only one jack, and I need 2 jacks to plug in the phone also. So I'm trying to.
So why don't you just do it like that?
Because you're gonna hear everything in the.
Oh,
And if you guys talk, you'll be able to hear yourself. So I'm trying to do this.
okay.
Got it.
How's this?
So far, so
Sounds fine to
good.
me.
Okay, so you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can totally hear you at this point.
Okay, so my mic's on, but I got the headphones in. So
Got it.
Anyway, I'm happy to be here tonight because I haven't been able to be on a stream for quite a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. How are things going?
Well, right now I kind of got laid off from work the other day, so I have
Oh,
plenty of free
geez.
time. But that's only until June the 5th.
Hey Jack, we need to Skype sometime.
Also, can I get a shout out for subs? Yes, everyone should subscribe to Drown Boy Productions. He has a YouTube channel, and you should check him out. It's all about him fucking freaking
Still
guys out
guaranteed
on social media.
doesn't he do masks?
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
is he the
sorry. You're
best guy?
right. You're right. It's wait, was it Drown Boy Productions or Jason Takes Omegle that just donated? It was Drown Boy Productions. I'm sorry. Drown Boy Productions makes masks. He made the new mask slasher mask. So
Just mirrored
check him
everything
out.
for
He
you.
also has a YouTube channel where he shows you his mask making process. And the cat is meowing for some unholy reason. Hey, did you get fed? Did I feed you? Is that the deal?
Oh yeah. When you asked about the horse race earlier, if she was here,
Yeah.
For some reason her Twitter account's gone.
The horse
And
race
so
or
is her-
Baroness?
Yeah, the horse race.
The horse race's Twitter account is gone.
Yeah, it's been deleted. Her YouTube videos have been removed also.
What?
Yeah, she's just gone.
That
That's weird.
I don't care for that. Huh. Well, you better find out what the hell happened to her because
But would both of those be...
I mean, there's still YouTube videos there. She's just deleted most of them.
she's
I assume
deleted her
she deleted.
YouTube videos.
I mean, she got a copyright strike. She had talked to Rachel about it. Rachel kind of told her something that she didn't want to really hear, I guess.
Rachel Miller.
Yeah, last time I heard about it, it wasn't really anything bad. Just things kind of. I don't know.
Let's
I
see.
talked to Rachel. I talked to Rachel about it, but who knows why she left?
Oh, interesting. Well, that's odd because, yeah, I better find out what's going on there because that's very strange.
First time I've heard about it. Of course,
Yeah,
then again,
me
I've been
too.
kind of stuck in a hole.
Well, yeah. I've been like putting things together, and I've been in technology world, magic and technology world for the last like week.
I wish I was in technology world.
Oh man.
I-
What was the Horse Service's YouTube channel? What was her?
The Horsers, I believe. Let me look it up.
Did she have many videos?
She did have a few.
Yeah, it wasn't like no. This is the wrong Horse Service. That's a white girl. Horse Service is not a white girl. Yeah, we gotta look into this. Sorceress.
She did have the Paranormal Peep Show, which was the thing she had just made, but it's gone now. So, I think I have like a few videos that I liked on her thing, like a few comments, and if I can find those, I can link it. But I don't know.
Let's see. The Paranormal Peep Show, was that on her channel?
Yeah, but she deleted it from what I remember. I had to backtrack through one of her comments, and there's been things posted since then, so I gotta backtrack through this stuff.
I can't even find her channel at the moment.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, it's been removed by user.
Oh shit, send me a link. Allow me to confirm the wretched truth.
This was from one of the comments she sent me on it.
Oh really?
Oh, so that means she removed it.
Yeah. It says video removed by has been removed by user, and it doesn't even link to her account anymore.
Oh jeez.
Have
Is
you had any
everything okay?
contact with her since then?
No, all I had was Twitter for her, and then like her Twitter tag's been gone. To all the things I had linked to her on Twitter have gone black instead of blue.
Whoa.
So
Well, I don't care for this. I think we should figure out what happened to her.
What does that mean?
I don't think we can. It means that her account doesn't exist anymore, and it doesn't register as a link to another account.
Weird. Oh boy.
But I guess we can't really do
Unless
anything about it unless she comes
has
back.
her on something other than Twitter and YouTube.
I don't know.
Let's see. What was her actual YouTube thing? She changed it to the Horse Source, and I always just remembered that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
tried to
unless
look.
somebody
I
has
had it
something
on
different.
here. No, I had it on here. I was subscribed to her, but it's gone. That's the thing.
Jeez. Well, I hope she's okay. I mean,
I don't know.
yeah, like, I know that bad things were happening. Like a friend of hers had gotten gay bashed. That wasn't good.
Yeah. Yeah, they were in the ER.
Yeah. So, I mean, but there's also like one thing where like, I don't know, maybe she got like a lot of like nasty comments about the need that she had to leave, but I have no idea what that could be. Jeez. Unfortunately, I don't think we know anyone else that knows her. I think they're all here.
Mm-hmm.
Other people we know that know her are here, so
Not much to do on the subject, unfortunately.
yeah, no, except maybe I don't even know if I know her on Facebook. I mean, I don't go to Facebook
Unless
that often.
we decide to do the same thing as those people who were trying to find Shia LaBeouf's art exhibit.
What did they do?
Alright, so Shia's art exhibit.
It was a 24-hour
He will not divide
video.
us.
Yeah, the 24-hour. He will not. No, I think it was like 4 years of just a straight camera feed.
He was supposed to go
of
over
this certain
the time
place.
that Trump was in presidency. And what it was an art exhibit that people could go there and record.
It was like a live stream
off a
constantly.
24-hour stream. Well, people started doing all sorts of crap with it that was not what he intended it for, and some people even hosted podcasts off of it.
Yeah, I think Louder
And-
Crowder did a podcast on it, and also
Yeah.
4chan. Well, 4chan trolls got a whiff of where it was.
Oh,
So
man.
they've started popping up.
So after so much crap being done with it, they moved it, and they didn't tell anybody where they put it. Well, 4chan just so happened they wanted to troll him really hard. So they hired somebody to drive around town because they could tell where the feed was. It was just staring up in the sky at a American flag. And so they hired somebody to drive around town honking a horn so that they could hear it on the webcam and triangulate the position of where it was.
Oh, that's pretty clever. It's a good low-tech solution, yeah.
And then they stole the
But I mean,
flag.
it sounds like retarded CIA shit. Right?
Well, they stole the camera, and no one knows where it's went since then. But it's still broadcast. It's still broadcasting, is the thing.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things about hacking, which is it's low-tech solutions for a high-tech world when you really get down to it. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I know she lived in like she lived in like Iowa or Illinois.
I think it was Illinois.
I think it was Illinois,
Pretty
actually.
sure it was Illinois. Man.
Beats the hell out of me.
Yeah. I hope she's okay. Like, I ain't gonna miss
Yeah,
her
it
or
happened.
anything.
It happened a few days ago, so I don't know if she's coming back or not. Is the thing.
Well, maybe we should probably put the word out.
Yeah.
We're gonna put out wanted posters.
On the
I think we
internet, or-
just look for a bit and see what shakes up. Shake a few trees, sees what drops. That's what I would do. Maybe I'll make a video asking. Like, hey, this person seems to have dropped away. And we don't know why.
Dispatch the milk cartons.
Yeah. Has she been on my Skype? That's a really good question. That's an excellent question. Hold on.
She had.
Oh yeah,
She did. She was that one time. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously we got. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to.
Alaizia, do you have her on Skype?
No, I don't.
No.
Jack should, but I don't. I don't.
Yeah, I have a ton of contacts. Let's see.
But I know she's. I know she's been on the
This
stream
is,
at least once.
The consequence of popularity.
Yeah. A lot of
I
people.
could say twice, or 3 or 4.
Yep.
Come on, just her.
So
All right, I'm gonna hold on. Let me.
Did you see Power Rangers?
I did not see Power Rangers.
It was actually kind of
wasn't
good.
actually that bad.
Better
lie.
than Ghost in the Shell was. No, it was
No.
actually pretty good.
If you liked the series originally, then it wasn't that bad. They reinvented it, and I actually told Alaizia here 2 times throughout the entire movie I had to lean over and just mention that it felt like Breakfast Club just for superheroes.
Ha!
Yep.
So,
But
makes some
there
callbacks,
was.
the first half of the movie is iffy because they have
Shaky
this
cam.
they have this camera thing on there that essentially, like, they're driving in a car and they're looking backwards in the car, like out the back window from like the front.
Yeah,
And
it's
then-
a continuous shot, but constantly going in circles
yeah, and they'll
in
like,
the cab of a truck.
they'll switch from like pivoting right in the middle of the vehicle, pivoting from right behind the characters' heads to looking back out the back window, and it's just constantly spinning in a circle, and they don't cut the shot or anything, and it's so disorienting, and I guess that's the way they wanted it to do it because it's actually set during a car crash. So maybe that was a conscious choice, but I mean, it was disorienting, and it kind of pulled me out of the movie. So
Got it.
Also, Rita does not say your line that you wanted her to say.
She
but
doesn't say
does.
10,000 years I'm free? God damn
No,
it.
but she does
No, she just
say, "Let my monster grow."
Well,
Yeah, she does.
that's something.
Yeah, and she isn't actually that hot. In fact, at one point, she is a corpse.
Yeah, and then it's like it's morphing time.
Yeah, they say
More
morphing
like a mummy.
time.
Well, that's good. It's good they say it's morphin' time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually
You're
enjoy
breaking up, Lance.
the way they put it together to get more of a background, and they actually show you where the power came from.
Yeah,
Really?
the geo crystals. Well, the zeo crystals, wasn't it?
Sort of. But I mean, that's the reason why Rita wants to go there. But,
They also tease a sequel with the Green Ranger, not Rita as the Green Ranger, which she is in the movie. The actual Green Ranger.
Oh, the Baroness has just entered the chat and has announced that she is now officially 22.
Awesome. Happy
Congratulations.
birthday.
Yeah. Baroness, did you see that we were talking about trying to figure out what had happened to the Horseress?
Yeah, she vanished.
Yeah, she vanished off the internet. I did find her contact info and send her a message, but because it's Skype, well, who knows if she'll get it.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, did you see Ghost in the Shell?
Nope.
It wasn't that great. It was actually kind of forgettable.
It was actually really forgettable.
Sadly.
It was like an amalgamation of some of the new movies, and
There's actually an amalgamation of all of them,
Standalone
including
Complex?
Standalone Complex.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, all I needed to hear
Yeah.
was that, well, she
But, I mean,
used
they
to
had
be an
some
Asian
parts in
woman
there that
named
they added some
Kusanagi, and now
different
she's
stuff.
Scarlett Johansson. I found myself going, dude, like, her name was never in question. You know, why?
well,
I think they try to deal with a lot of identity issues, but they don't handle
actually-
it too well.
I think they actually went with more of the idea that they were going to change up the timeline, because where it starts off, the Major is the only one with a fully cybernetic body, technically.
And Bato has not lost his eyes either.
Yeah.
He's actually the emotional core of the movie for a slight part, and it actually kind of works.
Well, actually, honestly, he usually is. Despite his, like, gruff, you know, defensive masculinity, he's usually the heart of the story.
But the thing is, he has his normal eyes through the first portion of this movie, and he actually has some kind of emotional eyes. You kind of feel like he looks sad most of the time, but
They chose a good guy to play him, in my opinion.
yeah.
And then halfway through the movie,
Sadly, anyone else on the team other than the
spoiled
other than
exactly
the
how- yeah,
other than the guy who runs the people,
Rocky.
yeah, Aramaki, anyone like that, anyone other than him are pretty much Easter eggs. There's no
they
characterization.
Even Aramaki, I would say the only 3 people that really got any characterization, whatever, is Togasa,
Barely.
Aramaki, and Bato. Because Togasa, even the way that they want to portray him, is kind of flawed from what the character actually is.
He's the only Asian-looking one, because he's actually not. There's also that
He
unnamed.
does have a slight mullet.
Let me see if I can find the guy. Lance, you're pretty much breaking up.
No, they named all of them. They have credit. Yeah. Sorry, my service. But so
Yeah.
although some of the people they cast for them weren't exactly good.
Yeah. The first villain was
Again,
okay.
don't have any
The
speaking
last
parts.
villain was kind of just, as Angry Joe put it, a cartoon villain.
Yeah.
Which should have worked, but didn't.
No, I mean like over the top cartoon villain,
No.
which did not.
More
That's
like
not
he was
really-
just there. He does bad things because he wants money. That's
Yeah.
about all.
Oh.
He's doing bad things because he can.
Which I've always thought Ghost in the Shell kind of had better villains than that. And they
Yeah, I'm
kinda-
gonna sit. Here's a picture of the guy who played Bato. I'm sending it over the chat.
Okay.
That's him without his eyes.
He's not as buff as Bato should be, but it's not that bad. Although the guy they got to play Saito is a perfect spitting image of what the character should be.
Yeah, but you only get to see him like twice.
You get to see him shoot somebody.
Yeah. They also do the tank scene.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, the
That's
spider
good.
tank's
The
there.
spider tank.
Except they don't rip off both of her arms.
Oh.
Did they in the anime? I don't.
Hmm?
Yes,
they
both
did.
both her arms ripped off in the anime, and she had to be carried out of there by Bato. Instead,
Yeah,
in
she's a total
she-
fucking torso by the end of the original Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, but in this, she does lose like the flesh on her feet and one of her hands, but like one of her arms gets ripped off. They don't. They pretty much don't let her have a moment where she can be vulnerable.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
pretty
That's
much almost-
kind of a problem, considering
Yeah.
that that's the major motif. That the idea of the
When-
soul being trapped inside the body is kind
Yeah.
of the motif of the
Yeah.
story.
Though.
I did actually hear from one of the directors that we were talking about. The reason why they did that was because they were going with the idea that Kusanagi is more of a killing machine, and that
Yeah.
she's cold and she should feel like a machine. And they wanted to do more of what the manga showed her as at first, because apparently that's the way they went with it.
Yeah,
That's not
but
the way she is in the manga.
one
Well,
way.
at first, I mean, I haven't read the
Yeah,
manga,
we've
and I
only
always
got the
thought
second one.
Yeah,
Kusanagi
I've
had
read the
humanity.
original Ghost in the Shell. She's not like that at all. She's a bit of a blank slate, but
Yeah,
she's not like a remorseless killing machine. You know, the
Right.
Ghost in the Shell manga is not as violent as the movie.
Yeah,
You know, not by a long shot, but there's definitely this feeling that she has where she's like, kind of, why am I doing? The reason she's doing it is because she was a special operative there, and she's working off. She's an indentured servant. She's essentially a slave to the police force that owns her. Like, or rather, they own her body. They own the body that they put her in.
and if she
is-
doesn't do that, she's basically going to be out of a body.
Yeah, she could be out of body. They're going to reclaim it, and like even the movie goes into that. But
That's why
she's-
in the current ones, which are the Ghost in the Shell series, the over movies they're doing, she's in the
Ghost Rider and
military.
stuff like that?
Yeah, they're doing. She's in the military because if she doesn't, she's a special case of a full cybernetic body,
Mhm.
meaning to do it, she had to enter the military. If she doesn't do the military stuff for so long or continue to do military stuff, they're going to reclaim the body.
yeah. This is a whole idea.
and then we go into Repo the Genetic Opera.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
A little
man.
glass vial.
Cybernetics.
Oh man. Yeah, that Repo the Genetic Opera was written by a couple of the guys from Skinny Puppy, actually.
Skinny puppy.
Yeah. I love that
I don't
band.
know. I really loved the movie. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you
I like
see?
the,
did you see Get Out?
Oh, of course.
Of course they did. They, I think they did a video on that.
Yeah, we did a vlog on it.
Or did you?
Oh, I loved it. It was great.
No, I haven't seen that one.
It's really
Yeah,
good.
I watched it.
I really liked
I
it too.
watched it before I went to see the movie. Lance did not, though.
If you
And
Didn't
What?
want any spoilers.
yeah,
well, the thing I loved about Get Out is when you get down to it, it's not about conservative right-wing racism. It's about elitist left-wing racism.
Yeah.
You know, it's about it's
It
poking
kind
fun
of
at
seemed like
liberals.
appropriation just a little bit to me.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of that, but it's that kind of weird feeling of it's racism by this other vector. You know,
I'll be right back. I gotta go get some water.
Racism that they're inherently physically better than you, so
yeah.
you want to be more like them.
Yeah.
But only the good parts that you want.
Yeah. Only the parts that you consider good. You
Yeah.
know, the mind is not considered valuable at all. You know, like that was the big. That's the big metaphor. You know, the
You want
physicality
them
is
to
valued,
think more like
not.
you, but they could be like them.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
You know, and that's something that a lot of people have, you know, been thinking about for the last like couple of decades, and it's just definitely like it's really disturbing. It's really bizarre.
Isn't it though?
It is. It's like you do realize these are like people, right? They're not just genetic material for us to fucking steal. You know, come on. Like, why do you want to look at it that way? And
It's just the way they put it in the movie is a lot more literal.
oh yeah. In the movie, it's a lot more literal. But that's an attitude that you see people having all the time, and it's really, 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 really uncomfortable. Because when you get right down to it, they're not. The problem is they're not interested in anything that's going up in their heads. That's going up in their minds, and that's where the liberal racism fucking comes in. Because obviously, you know, if there was something really important going up there, more of them would get into college.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, stuff like that. And it's one of the problems that I have with the way everything goes, you know, with the way everything is. People don't see black people or people of other ethnicities as people. It's very bizarre. We can blame the monkey sphere all we want, but I don't think
Monkey sphere.
the monkey sphere is the idea that you could really only hold 150 separate identities in your head at one time. Everything else gets blurred into categories.
So there's only so much culture you can fit into, like your identity.
Well, there are only so many
that
people
the way
you
it
can.
is?
There are only so many people that you can fit into your idea of human beings.
Ah.
Everybody else becomes a Republican or a liberal or a Democrat, you know, like, you know, or a social justice warrior, an NMRA. You know, they become these groups that are not, that they're very easy to deal with, but are not very helpful as far as understanding who they are. But the reality is that even this poor understanding is better than not having any understanding whatsoever.
Yeah.
But it's what
Well,
creates
can that also be due to the fact that if a group is so massive, or if you're dealing with a lot of unique individuals, that you'd be more likely to put them into like larger groups of just like one block, instead of looking at them as like a whole bunch of smaller holes. That way you can comprehend it easier.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens. Like, imagine an American. Now imagine a New Yorker. Now imagine a Texan. Now imagine a person who lives on Fifth Avenue. Like, those are different images of people that exist at higher and higher resolution. You know,
Right.
But
And I think the further away you are from that specific group of people, like somebody across the ocean would probably think of it more as Americans, than rather somebody here in America would go on a smaller scale and think of like specific states or areas.
yeah, exactly. Exactly, and you see it in Europe as well, you know, where they don't necessarily, I mean, they consider themselves British, but what they really talk about is like they're from Cheswick, or they're from Essex, or they're from London, or Hampshire, Northampton, you know, things like that. So it exists at all levels of society, and it creates, it's our greatest weakness. And there doesn't seem to be a very good way around it except to constantly adjust, except to have a breadth of experience so that the stereotypes themselves have a much higher resolution. And because you could break up as many stereotypes as you need. Like, that seems to be very easy. But actual individual people's way harder. It's how people with black friends can still talk about black people, even though that's fundamentally ridiculous. To a person who knows black people, that you would talk about it that way. But it's why. Because they only have so much to do with each other. These categories only have so much to do with the people that you actually know in your brain. That's how you get that kind of crazy sounding shit. It's because the brain just doesn't put it together that way. And I don't know if there's anything we can really do about that except have a breadth of experience with people. A breadth of experience with people seems to create categories which can be accessed. Like, for example, if you hang out with a lot of black families, you get an idea of how that community works, which provides a higher resolution when you talk about black people in general. Because most people don't have enough data to create a good picture. It's just a blurry picture of, like, a black person, vaguely, this genderless. Well, that's where we get
stereotypes.
Exactly. But if you have experiences with them, then that image gets sharper. And when it gets sharper, you can notice the parts that aren't like the other parts, and you create separate categories for them in your head. And the brain seems to be able to do that until the cows come home. But actual full people, way more complex. That's a lot more information to process. That comes down to individual mannerisms, their appearance, which may or may not change. Stereotypes come into it based on their age and appearance. It's a lot of information for the mind to distill. It's actually quite an amazing underpinning that human beings are able to even, like, comprehend 150 individuals. It's actually really remarkable.
Right. The brain is an amazing computer.
Among other things.
For how inefficient some of the other things that have come about due to, like, evolution and all that. The brain is an amazing concept. Well, is an amazing, like, example of just things that pop up and that have become just crazily complex. It's amazing to think that it came that far.
Yeah. Well, the use of vision as a primary sense was a major revolution in animal evolution. The fact that birds of prey and humans move primarily by sight as opposed to smell or sound is of obvious tremendous advantage. Birds of prey are very successful, even in the wake of humanity. They're still pretty successful, and humans have that same capacity for vision, like literal vision. So much so that when we conceptualize the future, we do it visually, and we call it being visionary.
I didn't think of that.
No, that's why we do it. It's our primary sense. It's why we have such sympathy for the blind. We realize that a major human capacity has been removed.
Yeah, because if you take away this, though, maybe we can't get so much of that because you don't.
I'm gonna have to say that again.
Yeah, you cut out.
What? Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. But
you cut out, Lance.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you cut out that entire thing. You're cutting out again. My brother's a robot.
My service is going to go in and out just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
The better?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Okay, cool. I was going to say that it's kind of an interesting thought to think about that if we never developed like sight as a primary sense or hearing or anything like that, how we would actually perceive the world. Because
very different.
I mean, Yeah, I think they actually show that a lot in like science fiction or fantasy. Well, fantasy and all that. If you advance beyond the need for like physical perception, like hearing waves or anything like that, then you become far less human, and perhaps it even dulls your emotions. Of course, emotions are relative to humans also because of how we are.
Yep.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Emotions are instinctual responses to stimuli that we recognize are important, and that the chain of life and evolution has proven have been important again and again and again, and are most powerful when you do not have to think about them. You know, like I'm hungry.
Right.
That's an emotion. That's essentially an emotion.
It'd be interesting.
You're
It'd be
cutting out
interesting
again.
to like just
Yeah.
change something small about the way humans.
Yeah, you're good
Well,
now.
upsetting. I don't. Change something small about like how humans grew up, like maybe where we were in places. If we changed how much food we had and all that, and you get
Lance, you're breaking up a lot now. Move
emotional
again.
response to the point where perhaps
Yeah, you're
if you
good.
changed. Yeah, I'm trying.
You're good. You're good now. You're good now.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just went on an entire rant and nobody could hear me.
Such is life. Is it just because you're using a cell phone?
Possibly.
Yeah, probably. I'm inside right now, and I think I have 4G service, but it's not the best right now.
Oh, okay. It's not hooked up to Wi-Fi or anything like that.
No.
Royal
I don't have
Blake
Wi-Fi.
says, "Fix your speech center, robot."
Does not compute. 404.
Yeah. So what were you saying before? We try to say that again.
Okay, I was saying that it's interesting to think if you changed like humans' physiology just a little bit, perhaps if you made us require less food or anything like that, it'd probably we'd probably exhibit very different emotional responses to certain things.
Oh, absolutely.
There'd be a lot less social eating.
Yeah.
Yeah, there would be. Or I mean, for instance, if you removed the need to eat entirely, maybe if we photosynthesized, that would be kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, we'd be a fundamentally
then-
different life form at that point.
Yeah, and it's
You'd
amazing
be
to think
Namekian.
change just that small thing right there about how we get our energy, and then you get a completely different like idea of who we are.
Yeah, well, what's very odd, because when we start to understand even things that haven't changed, but our perception of it changes, things change again, like trees. There's a chance I'm about to blow your mind, that I'm about to tell you something about trees that you didn't know by asking you a question. And that is this. All right. Where does a tree get its dry mass from?
It's dry mass.
Yeah. The mass it uses to create its treeness.
Tree.
That has to come from somewhere.
It's like a penis, but for a
I
tree.
don't think I understand the question.
Okay, so humans get their mass from food.
Mm-hmm.
We eat food, and we use it to turn into us.
Mm-hmm.
Trees do something similar. What do they use? Where does it get it?
Nutrients from the soil?
No.
Oh.
That's always everyone's first guess, but that's incorrect.
I don't know where.
Okay, what does a tree breathe in?
Carbon dioxide?
And what does it expel?
Oxygen,
Oxygen?
Right.
water.
No, no, we're just talking about its respiratory system.
Okay.
Now, what is carbon dioxide?
Oh.
Exactly. It takes the carbon out of the air
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it takes its dry mass from the air. You know, we don't do that, but trees do.
We just said "oh" at the same time, Lance.
All right. Maybe about to break up a little more. I have to put my phone on the charger, so I have to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's an example.
Did you know that when you cut grass, grass lets off a pheromone that is basically, it warns other grass of incoming danger. So you know that smell that you get from freshly mowed grass?
Yeah.
That's the screams of grass.
So what's the purpose of it? Like, what does it do? It must be there for a reason.
Don't know.
Maybe it no. Well, plants don't have muscles, do they? Well, yeah, they technically do.
Sometimes,
Like
well, they don't have muscles, but they do have fibrous matter.
Yeah, and that could possibly contract. So maybe it makes them lay down a little more. I don't know.
Yeah. I have no idea. I have to look into that.
Yeah.
But it's still interesting that you love the smell of plants screaming in the morning.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a good smell. It releases. It does something for us.
It also does
Maybe
it
it
whenever
has
it's
something to
infested
do
with
with,
bugs
like,
and stuff like that.
Maybe it has something to do with the idea of keeping things clean and all that.
Could be. You know, it could also be as simple as the chemicals that are released reach other plants that then react to it in a certain way by tightening their fibers or releasing certain chemicals that are important for reproduction. We know that happens with certain flowers. So it could be something like that. It's entirely possible. You know,
Perhaps it causes them to go into a type of
no,
life-saving
no.
thing.
I just read this. That scent, when attacked, plants release an airborne chemical compound. Now, scientists say plants can use this compound to almost like a language to notify nearby creatures who can, in quotations, rescue them from insect attacks.
Oh.
oh,
So
so it's
it's not
basically
for
a
us.
smell so that mammals who are more likely to just chew on grass come over and eat all the insects so that the grass can regrow.
Yeah, a tobacco plant, a wild tobacco plant, has it releases this compound whenever it's infested with caterpillars. It releases this distress hormone or pheromone or whatever, to attract predatory bugs to eat the caterpillars in questions. Well, in question.
Interesting. So it's like part of its immune system in many ways. It's part of its parasite
Symbiosis.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking amazing.
And apparently, plants can perform a kind of simple computation on how to modulate these scents and stuff like that.
And
Oh, on
Crazy.
the topic of symbiosis, have you heard of the new Venom movie?
no, I haven't heard of the new Venom movie.
It's going to be a
Yeah, it's
horror
going to be a
movie.
horror movie.
Well, that is who's making it?
Don't know.
I can't remember.
Is it going to
There's
be
going to
part
be
of? It's going to be the
Oh, God,
Marvel
they're gonna
universe, or is it going to be the Fox universe?
Marvel.
That's a
I
good
think.
question.
Yeah. Because it might not be MCU. It might be the Fox universe.
Oh, I know something that's going to make you roll your eyes. There's going to be a Slender Man movie next year.
Really?
Hey, Slender Man isn't that bad of a myth.
Yeah,
But
it's okay.
it's okay, but it's like it ain't that. What you got to do with
Yeah.
that?
Don't know.
You know, like you got to do something with it. Ah, Patrick Thompson has just donated 10 pounds
10 pounds.
How much is 10
after a
pounds? Is
month
that-
with no streams. it's
You're
good to be
gaining
back.
weight, man. You're gaining weight.
I guess the text to voice chat couldn't quite parse that one.
Can somebody draw a picture of Jack getting fat off pounds?
Is he going to eat the money?
What? I just eat the money?
It's like chocolate quarters.
Oh, chocolate pounds.
What?
I don't know.
That was the
Pounds
yeah. It was
come in-
really cool.
I mean, do pounds actually have like a coinage?
Yeah, the
I don't
British
think so.
pound? Yeah, the British pound, totally. It's a unit of, it's the currency of the UK.
No, I get that's the currency. I'm just saying, but do they have their version of like the chocolate gold doubloons? Or
Oh, I'm sure they do. Oh, got it. Got it.
people are donating chocolate instead of money.
Money. Yeah. Rather have the money.
Yeah. Right.
Well, you'll never have to starve again on chocolate, but you will have diabetes.
I'm not.
You will have
The weird
diabetes.
thing is, I'm not actually that.
Try to pay your bills in chocolate and balloons.
I'm not really that into sweets. You
I
know.
love sweets.
I like
I
gummy
can't have
candies.
things that are too sweet, but most things aren't too sweet.
Well, I
like
like
frosting. I can't stand that.
Oh yeah, no, it's too much for me. Like chocolate
Yeah.
cake, also too much. Like, but gummy
What about-
frogs. I like gummy frogs.
What about grandma's peanut butter cookies?
Oh,
Grandma Jackula.
grandma.
No,
peanut butter
grandma's
cookies.
peanut butter cookies. Yeah.
They're
Grandma's
not bad.
slasher.
I mean, they're not bad. I just don't know if I could eat a lot of them. Like one grandma's peanut butter cookies. That's all you need for like a couple of days, in my opinion.
Depends on how big the cookie is.
Well, they're like that
Yeah.
fucking big.
I can't see that.
Oh. They're about as big. They're about as big as your hand. You know, they're pretty large, is what I'm saying. They're like a dessert cookie. Like you only need one.
Oh.
You know,
Except for there was a guy in
unless you're
prison that ate a lot
fat-
of them.
Well, that guy was like a fat ass. Like that guy was big dude. You know, which
He
was
needed all the sugar to maintain his metabolism.
Yeah, something like that. Which is why good guy Eddie got the top bunk, even though he was the new guy, because the other guy was just so fucking big, he just couldn't fit on the top one.
No, that's whenever you take the top bunk so you can squish your opponent.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the guy was
Sure.
that much of a prick.
No.
Yeah. So there's
man.
only 4 episodes left of the new Samurai Jack series.
Oh,
Yeah,
But
supposedly.
it's going somewhere. I liked what they've
Yeah.
done with it so far.
Pretty good.
yeah.
Not to mention they added in a companion for Jack.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
an assassin that was trying to kill him. One of Aku's children, or the 7 daughters of Aku.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also-
I have to actually have to watch that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you should.
I haven't
It's,
actually
it's
watched
really
it. I've
good.
watched it in clips.
Oh
Okay,
god,
so-
in the 6th episode they've done so far,
Mhm.
they've brought back most of the people. The samurai is in there.
Oh, the
Yeah.
cow samurai.
No, the samurai, which is the
funky one?
the funky one, basically.
I think in the 6th episode, essentially the new companion, her name's Ashi, is actually going to find Jack because Jack is actually contemplating committing suicide
Yeah, he's about to commit
because
seppuku.
apparently the ancestral samurai spirit of death is trying to get him to kill himself to redeem his honor because he's forgotten his task. If you
And
will.
also, he thinks he killed a lot of children.
Yeah. Which pushed him over the edge, so he goes with the thing, and Ashi comes in right as he's gone and finds out the children aren't dead. They just
Oh.
got knocked out.
Okay, STS corrected me. It's duh samurai.
Duh, samurai.
Hold on, I think I gotta check this out. Hold on.
Yeah.
Also, the Scotsman shows up again,
Good.
but it's the old Scotsman.
Oh, he's like old now.
He also bred an army
you're
of.
alive!
He bred an army of daughters that are all buff and super hot,
Yeah.
and they're also all gingers.
Yeah. And it's like old Scotsman. He's like got just gray hair all the way down. He's really old. He's in a wheelchair with a Gatling gun leg.
He has
Oh,
a plaid
man.
eye patch. He has the plaid
Yeah.
eye patch.
Oh, there's the samurai.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, geez, I don't remember Samurai Jack being this awesome the first time I saw it.
Well,
I
that's
remember
because
it being good.
That's because
I
it's
don't
not
remember it being
hampered by a
this good.
PG-13 rating.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just allowed to like do whatever they want now, which sounds like it's going really well for them.
The rave people come back.
No, I mean, but like episode 6 is essentially Ashi trying to find Jack, and she's going back
And she meets a lot of
talking to
people
pretty
to
much all
check
the
out.
people he saved throughout like the entire other series, and she's going and seeing all the good he's done. And there's like people every time she goes anywhere, she tells them like I'm looking for the samurai, and they're about ready to kill her, and then she tells
Because they
them
think
no,
she's
I'm
Aku's
trying to help
assassin.
him, and then they're just like, oh, well, if you're a friend of Samurai Jack, you're a friend of mine, and then they tell him his story, well, their story,
Mm-hmm.
and whenever like they saw the archers, I didn't realize who they were at first.
Yeah,
Actually.
the dog are the
the
Anubis-like
three blind
archer.
archers.
Oh
Yeah,
Apparently,
man.
whenever he, I didn't see the end of that episode. Apparently, because
Yeah, they
I
turned
didn't
back
know-
into whatever they were. They were
Yeah,
cursed.
because he cleansed like whatever curse was binding them there, so it turned them back into a different race, and now you see like an entire civilization that has grown around where that happened.
Oh, so it's referencing one of the old
Yeah,
episodes.
they go through there and reference like a whole bunch of the old episodes, like on all throughout the way of her trying to find him.
Mhm.
And see, the thing about the Seven Daughters of Aku was they were pretty much convinced that Samurai Jack was evil and he's the one causing all these problems, and that Aku was the good one. So Jack has
Because
to
they've
deal
been
with
brought up in hate and only knowing Aku's light.
yeah. And so they pretty much send these 7 people at him. They're like trained ninjas and all, and they actually put up a really damn good fight.
Yeah, Jack nearly
Uh,
dies.
Yeah, and Jack's been. They actually make it a point that Jack's consciousness is going on a rampage, because it's pretty much like he's lost his sword. Can't remember exactly how, but he's lost it, like at the beginning of this season. So he can't kill Aku. So he's just been wandering around for like 50 years, just
Yeah, that's the
killing
Scotsman's
robots.
daughters.
Oh man. Yeah,
There's more of them.
These are the daughters of Aku.
No, those are the daughters of. Where is it supposed to be on the stream? Because I see the Scotsman's daughter.
Yeah, yeah, it
daughter.
should disappear in a minute.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, the daughters of Aku. By the way, the beginning of the series is very stylized. I think you'll love it.
Oh yeah,
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Like, they
it
got
also
that
has
good
the white
fight in it.
wolf analogy of Jack.
Ah.
In fact, during their fight, it keeps going back to these flashbacks of a white wolf fighting these tiger things on all sides.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it
That's
pretty much
because-
mirrors the fight as time goes on, and then later on in an episode, Jack actually meets that same white wolf, and they help nurse each other back to health.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because the Samurai Jack is, he's the lone wolf. They associate him with Lone Wolf and Cub.
Mm-hmm.
Where Lone Wolf and Cub, the imagery of Lone Wolf was the white wolf, and the image of his hated enemy was the white tiger.
Oh, they
Yeah.
aren't white tigers though.
Well,
so.
there's these
I think
weird
they're
green
closer
tigers.
to. Yeah, they're weird green tigers, but
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but still,
one of
wolf
the
versus
cool-
tiger. That's an
Yeah.
imagery from Lone
there's
Wolf and Cub.
a snow fight. There's a snow fight in it that, as it's going through, a snowstorm passes by, and eventually it's all white. The screen's entirely white except for the people running through the scenes.
Yeah.
And every now and then, it will the snow will shift so you can actually see where they're at.
And it
Nice.
blends into a very interesting scene.
Don't spoil.
Because
the,
I think
the-
I think they're actually like drawing more attention to what's going on between the characters instead of how Jack's luring them into wherever he's going.
Right.
Because it draws into a very interesting fight, and I think that's something they do really good with the new series. Is because they
Yeah,
give
it's
you more
also
of a
pretty
sense
dark.
yeah, it's very dark. Like,
Nice. Good. A story
I
like that
think-
needs to have its extremely dark
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah, for real. But
like
and I
for
think at
the
one
thing
point-
that Jack was almost going to commit suicide.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, what's like you could tell that the guys who did Afro Samurai took a lot from Samurai Jack. You know, that they really liked that show, and they were just like, "Hey man, let's do our own version with our shit and create Afro Samurai." The Afro Samurai movie wasn't as good as the show.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, you're like, this isn't bad. It's just not as not as cool.
I never saw the show, unfortunately.
Oh my god, you gotta see the show.
I mean,
I
think
I
did.
The show is tits. That show
I think I did.
is tits. Because, like I said, it's Edo period Japan with a black guy samurai with a huge afro and a black ninja dude, both of whom were played by Samuel L. Jackson. So you got two versions of Samuel L. Jackson, because you can tell what it is, which is the samurai. Afro Samurai is basically Jules from Pulp Fiction, but Ninja Samurai is the guy that he always plays in Spike Lee movies. Like Gator or the dude from School Days. You know, he's like a little bit more negative, but is like kind of loud and crazy,
obnoxious.
You know, the one of the lines from the movie that I thought typified the ninja the best was, he goes, "Oh snap, my boy Afro! Hey, y'all hang out here. I'm gonna go to get a lap dance. I'll be back in 5 minutes." And
or like in the movie, whenever that guy pulls out a friggin' RPG, and he's like, "Oh damn, is that an RPG?"
Yeah. Oh shit! Look out, Afro! You know, it's kind of interesting watching Samuel L. Jackson be his own character's hype man.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. And of course, the fact that they're Edo period Japanese strip joints. I'm like, nah, this world is awesome. And the fact that I love the fact that at the end he's got to defeat the whitest white guy to ever white, as played by Ron Perlman.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, a guy so white he's just called the #1 alabaster. And he's like, God damn it! Like, this is so
also
stupid.
I posted a picture of Jack and the wolf as they meet up at one point.
Oh shit!
I've seen people draw a comparison to Okami, or is that it?
The game?
Is that the name?
No, like the
white
spirit.
wolf Okami.
Oh shit!
Because I think the game actually took like inspiration from like myths.
Yeah.
Have you watched the trailer for the Samurai Jack season?
I have.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah.
Well,
the minute the geysers of blood happened, I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be real different. You know, this is gonna be exactly what it needed to be all the time, because it needed to be a bloody samurai.
Well, the fact that they actually deal with like the idea that Jack's been killing machines all this time, and Jack actually reassures himself that, you know, they're just machines. I can kill them if they're machines. There's no problem with it. And then they send 7 humans after him.
Yeah.
And he ends up killing one of them.
And he thinks they're machines at first.
Until he actually kills one.
Yeah, and he accidentally stabs one of them, and it kills it. They stab him back, but and then it kills them, and then he realizes it's a human, and then it just makes him even more like lose his mind just ever so slightly more.
Yeah. Because how couldn't it?
And he's like a majority of the time, like, and they drill this home with like he's having hallucinations about like all these guilt trips about like his family, like telling him, you know, like, hey, come join us in the afterlife. You've lost your way. You know, come free us. You know, stuff like that. And they drill it home that he is losing his mind to grief, and he's not sure what he's doing anymore.
Well, that means at some point he has to descend to the underworld.
Well, I mean, he pretty much almost does.
They do.
Oh, they do that? Excellent.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what they did.
Whenever he's going to kill himself, they actually the spirit of death actually brings him to like this graveyard type area, and summons up these other like ancestral spirit samurai to watch him. And it's pretty much he's telling him, you know, you have to like the only way to redeem yourself is to kill yourself. And all that, and Ashi's pretty much comes to find him, and is pretty much like pleading with him as she's fighting with the spirit of death, which she's obviously outmatched.
Yeah,
But,
is it actually like supposed to be like one of the Shinigami?
Let me pull up.
yeah,
a
I
picture.
figure so. I mean, that's what he is. He is quite literally a death, like a death spirit. So I mean, I'm not really sure if it's a Shinigami necessarily, but I think it's supposed to be like their specter of death.
Yeah. Some equivalent.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah, I
you
found
have
a
like
picture
this
of him.
entire thing, and Jack's not fighting at all. She's pretty much like begging him and telling him,
Some
like, hey,
equivalent.
you showed me the light because all I knew beforehand was, Aku, I was only bred to kill you, and now you actually showed me what it's like to be a real person. And she's like, you can't kill yourself. I've met all these people that help you, and like the entire time she's getting beat up by this samurai, this ghost as she's jumping around trying to dodge.
I found it.
attacks.
I found it, but I don't know if I posted it in chat.
Yeah, but she's and he's like sitting there like, no, you've had so many dead people behind you. The only thing that follows you is death. I have been coming with you everywhere, and I've picked so many souls up because of you. And just all this stuff, and it's like this moment where you're not really sure if he's going to accept it or anything.
Oh
like that.
shit! Oh
Yeah.
shit! Fucking hell, dude! That is.
Every
Oh
time
my
he
god!
sees
That is that image is right out of the Akira Kurosawa movie Kagemusha. Holy fuck!
Every time he has a hallucination about all the dead people behind him, a green fog rolls in, and he sees that thing waiting around in the fog.
It's Kagemusha.
It's like following him.
The Shadow Warrior. Oh
Yeah.
man! Holy shit!
And it's pretty interesting because nobody.
Oh,
had
the
any
stream
idea.
just went off. Oh no, the stream's back.
Okay, is it just stuttering or?
Yeah, it just went offline for a second. Now it's back.
Okay.
But
yeah,
I mean,
we just
nobody
dropped
had any
a few
idea
frames.
who, like, they just called him the Green Warrior, and nobody really had any idea who it was. And I mean, we kind of assumed it was Death anyway, because I mean, all that. Oh, and the director has actually said that whenever they end this season, it's going to end on a very, very sad note. If you're not crying by the end of this, we didn't do our job, is what they said.
Oh man.
Yeah. My theory is that Jack's going to kill himself in the end, or somebody else is going to. He will defeat Aku, and then he will die.
I like to think that it won't be that, and we'll just be crying because it's very emotional.
Maybe. But I'm
maybe-
just saying, I think that's a fitting end. Like, Jack completes his thing and then goes on to join his family in the afterlife. That's just me.
Yeah. Or Ashi dies.
Or Ashi kills
Oh
him.
man.
Didn't think about that, did you? Ashi dying.
Which one's more human?
Well, I think. Well, this is Jesus Christ. Yeah, Kagemusha is a story all about the events leading up to the conquest of Nobunaga. The great Japanese villain of everything, Nobunaga.
Yeah.
The demon emperor.
Such a villain. I mean, I get that he was a conqueror and he was seen as a hero and a villain, depending on which side you take.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never really gotten why they portray him as that.
Because he murders everybody.
He's
so fucking murderous. That's how he conquers things. He just comes in, murders everybody. He took the Genghis Khan approach. And he didn't reach the heights
Neo,
of Genghis
which is
Khan,
this-
but still.
Okay.
Oh, I was about to say, he tries. Yeah. He never reaches the height of Genghis Khan, but he uses that same tactic of fear and if you get in my way, I will simply kill you. And so he's one of those history's greatest monsters kind of guys, kind of like Vlad Tepes, where you're just like, oh my god.
I've also seen where he fought a lot against monks. That was one of his main enemies.
Yeah, the fighting monks that pretty much defeated anyone that would come near them.
Yeah.
That really held him up. But in the game Neo, it's kind of like Dark Souls, but for samurai.
Good story.
Near the end of the game. By the way, Hattori Hanzo's in it, and the first time you meet him, he pulls a cat out of his robe. And he can tell time by the cat.
Nice.
He just stares into the cat's eyes, and it's called Cat Clock.
Yeah, and you also in the game he serves Tokugawa. He didn't serve Nobunaga royal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at one point, this alchemist from England is basically trying to sow chaos and get all these soul gems and corruption, so like the alchemist of England can have more shit, like more soul gems, basically. And he resurrects Nobunaga as a fiend.
The game is set
Yeah.
almost directly after
Just
Nobunaga
to clarify, the Tokugawa is the period and dynasty that Nobunaga reestablishes.
Tokugawa
Just
Ieyasu is who we're talking about.
You're talking about who?
Tokugawa
Ieyasu.
Ieyasu. He's a warlord that came almost directly after Nobunaga.
Yeah, he was one of his advisors, I think, one of his lower guys. And then he
Oh,
sees,
okay.
he and this other, not a Akechi Mitsuhide. He and what's his name, Lance?
Akechi Mitsuhide.
No, not him.
Mitsuhide.
Who he was fighting against.
Oh.
Let's
Damn
see.
it. We made so many jokes about his name.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I mean,
no,
not
Mitsuhide. It's something Mitsuhide.
Yeah, but he it's basically
the
set during
daimyos. He was fighting the daimyos and the Toyotomi clan.
Yeah, Toyotomi.
Oh, they're mentioned in there too.
Yeah, but he the guy named Edward Kelly, which he's the alchemist that you're saying. Yeah, we give him the Skeletor voice. But he basically is trying to get more war out of, like, he's basically going to Japan because there's always war. There's always going to be soul gems to take, which is called Amarita. And he resurrects Nobunaga Oda as a fiend to bring war back into Japan. And
Possibly the world.
Yeah, to basically conquer the world, but or throw the world into war. And you have to fight Oda, and it is not an easy fight.
I believe it.
In fact, I'm pretty sure Oda does not touch the ground when he moves.
Yeah, because I mean, at this point, he's pretty much a ghost with like these crazy powers and stuff.
Yeah, and near the end of the fight, you fall backwards because he knocks you backwards, and he's about to strike you down. And Kelly orders him, tells him, now strike him down. And the blade comes like an inch from your face, and then it stops because Nobunaga is basically stands up, and he says, "You don't order me around."
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
You don't turn me
into
he also said,
yeah, you don't bring me back as a simple fiend. I'm much more than this. And then he just leaves.
Yeah, well, the thing that's very interesting is stories about Nobunaga also seem to have something to do with the encroachment of Western influence. You know, you saw that in Onimusha. You see that in almost any story he shows up. And I don't exactly know why. I would have to,
because it happened so close to where it was. Because,
it could be.
It became more and more.
You know, because in Onimusha they make great pains to tell you there's a difference between the Oni and the demons. Like the Oni are like the native Japanese things, whereas the demons are like foreign encroachers.
Yeah.
Well, I think let's see. Are Alex and Yogi still around? Because if Friar has done what I think he has, then should probably start that portion of the program pretty soon. With Japan and butts.
Also, here is a picture of what Nobunaga looks like in that game.
All right, let's check it out.
with his spirit behind him,
Do.
which is a peacock.
Ha! Oh, peacocks. Let me see. But up.
Which is also a really nice guardian spirit too.
Peacocks are, like a lot of things, the peacock is a symbol that is both hated and appreciated. The one thing a peacock is great for and why rich people have them, they're really pretty, and they also do the thing that geese do, which is a goose will fucking honk at anything. So if something comes onto your property,
Guard.
yeah, it's a guard animal. It's an alarm animal. You know,
Can
so
you
a lot of
imagine
people,
getting mauled by a peacock.
yes, people do get mauled by peacocks. They're ornery.
It's just crazy.
They're ornery creatures because when they're in the middle of like their plumage and all that jazz,
Yeah.
they're trying to attract females. So anything that comes within a peacock's range is a challenger.
Yeah.
It's a mating challenger, and so it's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of this guy. You know, they're very pretty, they're very ornery, extremely territorial. You know, and they will attack. And it's very odd because they're not solely focused on peahens.
Yeah.
If they find something interesting about a human woman, they will follow them around and do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just basically like, hey.
Notice me, senpai.
Nobody. Well, it's not just
Notice me.
Yeah, well, it's not just notice me.
Becky, let me smash.
It's more like, with the peacock, it's more like you will notice senpai. That's me. You know, that's the peacock. So yeah, they're very ornery birds. It makes sense that they would associate it with Nobunaga.
Yeah.
I think wasn't that like the animal of his clan?
Yeah, I think their description of it in the game says that it goes to people of great ambition, but the spirit is also very fickle and will leave you at the slightest time it gets bored.
Yeah, sounds about right.
But it's also very strong.
In Japan. Daily glimpses of Japan, peacock symbolism. Let's see. Hold on. There we go. Let's see. It is intriguing to find a peacock souvenir in a temple. Peacock is the national bird of India. Okay. Buddhism carried its symbol forward to the east till Japan. The peacock is associated with a deity called Kannon in Japan, Kannon. It is a symbol of compassion and kind-heartedness. It is believed to have the power to counteract poison and invoke rain. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't know if I believe that. That this is someone's random blog. This sounds like bullshit.
It's kind of like those crystals and stuff.
Yeah. The symbology of crystals. You know. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Every other person has their own
pisses me
view
off
on
about
that.
the symbology of crystals is I'm like, on the one hand, I'm like, hey, I don't want to shit on something that gives people's life meaning and interconnectedness, but you do realize that the whole reason that you talk about crystals is because they're important to alchemy, right?
Yeah.
You know, it is quite literally alchemy. Like, there are a lot of symbols that have to do with alchemy while also having to do with something else, but crystals, it's pure alchemy, like purely. Are there peacocks in Japan? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but for the story of Neo, still, the entire reason you go to Japan isn't to stop this dude from causing war. It's because he steals the guardian spirit that you have, which its name is Circe, and it's a river spirit that you gained as a child because you nearly died in a river and she took pity on you.
She's a Celtic river spirit.
So your guy isn't Japanese, he's this Celtic guy going to Japan to basically stop this alchemist and get back his spirit, but also stop a war.
That kind of happens just in the midst of everything, because you're going there to get your spirit back. But whenever you get there, you meet Hanzo and Tori, and then you pretty much get dragged into the war. And pretty much you come there and you learn more about it. And they make it a big point where everybody's like, they want a world without war.
Yeah,
So
Tokugawa
they have
wants a
to
world
they
without
have
war.
to fight a war to get a world without war. They want peace. But whenever it comes down to it, they're also doing like really dirty things behind closed doors to actually get to the ends of their, well, get to the means, or get to the
Like,
ends
I
of their
think
means.
at one point at Sekigahara, it's like an alternate timeline of Sekigahara where Edward Kelly basically uses his spirit, which is Ouroboros, it's a snake, obviously,
Right.
to basically steal a bunch of Amarita from every body of the other side's people, and basically make a mass sacrifice on the field of battle, and it summons this giant skeleton thing,
Yep.
which is a giant. What are they called?
Yokai.
Yeah,
The yokai? Okay. Got it.
Evil spirit.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
you find a lot of yokai in it.
Got it. All right. Well, I think I'm going to I want to thank you guys for joining me. I think we got to take a brief break and go on to the other portion of the evening. But hey, it was great. It's always great having you guys.
All right. Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah. You guys take care.
All right, man. You too.
Yeah, absolutely. All righty. Let's see. Okay. So I am going to have a quick cigarette, but I will not leave you with nothing. Come on. Come on. You could do it.
The systemic response to lie about the existence, this is all over the world. You see the same pattern in practice. Systemic response. This is all over the world. You see the same pattern in practice. systemic response. This is all over the world.
Hello?
Just getting things ready.
Wunderbar.
All right, so if Alex is still around, need him to send me a message. Since I do not see him on people who've sent me a message. Huh. Do. Unless he just like wandered off. Which maybe that's where he needs to be. Oh man. Do. Oh. I think I just got a... There we go. Add to group call.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Let me just get everyone's face up here.
I'm just adjusting all the things. Oh, you made it so that the Skype video was your desktop.
Yeah. That's so people could actually see my expression in the chat itself.
Oh yeah, it's actually synced up. It's actually synced up with the
The voice.
Yeah. Voice.
So brother Alex, how are you doing?
I'm not sure yet because I don't know how high is this high.
Well, what are you experiencing? That's always a good place to start.
Okay, so I've got no visual effects yet.
Okay. Yeah, those don't always with mushrooms, those don't always kick in. Sometimes, often they do.
I maybe took like 1.5 grams. Like there was like one cap and then like half another cap.
Oh, okay. So you took multiple caps. That should be pretty good.
Half and a half, basically.
Yeah, I don't know what the efficacy of your local magic mushrooms are, but
we're Pacific Northwest, so
yeah. If it's anything like the ones I've had, you should be good for a few hours.
Oh yeah, no, I'm starting to feel it. It's coming back. It definitely comes into play once I try to do two different things. Listening to music definitely starts bringing something up, and trying to talk is also making me realize that I am impaired. Otherwise, it's like if I sit perfectly still and stay quiet, nothing's happening.
Well, yeah. It's
only when I act.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of psychedelics that are like that. Ecstasy is like that. The only one that kind of is one of the ones that isn't is LSD. LSD forces you to do that shit.
Yeah, that's why it piques my curiosity so much.
Yeah. Mushrooms are a lot mellower. Like if you want to chill out on mushrooms, you can. If you want to be a little bit more excited on them, you can. But LSD is like psychedelic rocket fuel.
Your option is exciting.
Yeah.
That's your option today.
Yeah. Oh, we got a new subscriber. Turtle 5 Abel.
Huzzah.
Oh, man.
Boys, I should tell you, I experienced a kalpa.
Oh, what?
A kalpa, the unit of time.
Oh, you experienced a kalpa. How wonderful.
Oh, man.
In
Ageless Aeon.
I experienced it in an instant at the same time. That was neat. It is neat. 420 was good. There were people. I was basically like, "Oh shit, free samples. Oh shit, $1 a hit. Okay." And I'm just going along, slowly building up like a really big high. I know I'm gonna go as far as I can, but I'm just slowly building up. And then I learned what a dab bong is, and straight into
This was a bad idea.
There are maybe 6 or 7 moments of actual clarity of me remembering what I was doing.
That's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
I somehow moved from where I was in the festival to somewhere else, had some water, and sat down. But I was like staring at a guy for like 15 minutes. He's like, "Do you want some water?" And so that was fun. And then I sat down, had some water, and when I thought I could move, I had a journey as long as a kalpa, remembered as an instant, experienced through 6 or 7 distinct moments of actual cognizance.
Yeah, that's about right.
Somehow I'm moving through this crowd. Okay, now I'm leaning on a fence, staring at the stage where they're giving off their big speech about legalizing it, and okay, the hour's ticking down, it's 4:20, okay, I got a joint. How do I get this joint in my hand? Never mind. Okay, it's 4:20, I should probably find somewhere, sit down, and text my friend to try and come find me. That was harrowing. That was pretty harrowing, because I was on my phone was dead while dying, right? So it's like 1%, turn it on, text him a little bit, then dies on me again. And I keep doing it. It's like, is this actually happening? Is this actually real? Have I actually sent contacts towards this person? Will they
Did I actually tell them the street address? Will they actually find me? I am not sure. I remember doing it, but I'm not sure I was experiencing reality because my intention, my memory, and my perception of what was happening all blurred together. So if I intended something, I may have experienced it, or if I experienced something, I only thought that I intended to do that, and it didn't actually happen in reality. I couldn't tell the difference. Hey, it's okay, man, because as Tommy Chong often says, those people who do those hard drugs like cocaine and heroin, man, they've got devils, but potheads, we've got angels, man. It's all good.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I bought a whole bunch of interesting products. 3 kinds of weed. Something from Mom because she likes the high CBD, low THC stuff that's real good for your anxiety. So I got that.
Yes.
Got that from my mom. Then I got a brand that's really popular around Vancouver. It's a strain called Rockstar. It's just good weed. Just decent all-around weed. And then I bought this one stuff. I asked what's your most? I went up to the most esoteric-looking guy I could find and asked him, "What's your most transcendental product?" And it was like, "Oh, it's this." I'm like, "Okay." And I bought it, and it was good. I also got a lemon tea with THC oil in it. It's in my fridge right now. It looks delicious. It's called a Sweet Jane Lemon Haze.
What was that? What was that bell?
Oh, that was my phone's Twitter alarm. Someone's posting on Twitter.
That might have been me.
I will mute my notifications. Okay. Yeah. So I learned about drugs.
Yay! Best education.
The only way you really can. By doing them.
Yeah, pretty much. That is pretty much true. Everyone wants to know what it's like before they do it, and you're like, "Oh, well, I appreciate that. I understand where you're coming from." No,
I can't help you.
I cannot help you. Look at the art. All I can tell you is look at the art of the psychedelic, and that is what you see. But that is only a portion of the experience, and I cannot describe the rest of it because it's trying to describe sight to a blind man. It's just impossible. Now, the good thing is that everyone has the capacity. No doubt they have the capacity. But as far as describing it to others, not so much. By the way, Yogi, a couple of questions.
Ooh.
The religious pornographer, the phrase you used was Maharaja, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, question: all the definitions of Maharaja that I found seem to indicate that is a terrestrial king.
Yes, that is the Maharaja. It literally means great king. Great emperors were called that, and the British Raj was referred to as Maharaja as well. Become a term for a spiritual king as well. Like, for instance, with my guru named Karoli Baba, quite often people would just call him Maharaji.
Is there a difference between Maharaji and Maharaja?
Well, okay, because it's one of those things where with Hindi and Sanskrit, a lot of words that are spelled with A at the end, depending on where you live in India, the A at the end is not pronounced or pronounced. So Maharaj and Maharaja it's the same word.
Mm-hmm.
And G or J-I at the end of a thing, it's an honorific.
Oh. So basically, it's a title conferred to, it's like saying honorary PhD.
Yeah, well, what I mean is like GI is like an honorific like example like I am a yogi, and if people recognize me as a yogi but they don't know my name, or even if they just want to be polite, they say Yogi Ji. You know, it's like
okay.
it's like san or sensei. You know, it's like an honorific at the end of the name.
Oh, got it.
Or title. You know.
Got it.
Like for instance, like that's why if you ever watch Gandhi with Ben Kingsley, that's why they say Gandhiji a lot, because they're putting an honorific on his name.
Oh, okay, got it. Another question. So, when looking up the word culpa, this little trinket shows up.
I think it's because like the actual word is to refer to the unit of time as kalpa.
Kalpa. Okay.
Yeah, Kalpa. Yeah.
Sanskrit word meaning aeon.
Kalpa. Okay. Well, the trinket still shows up when I look it up. It's still the same. It's even the same photo. It's in the stream right now. What is that?
Because it's so small and roughly carved, I'm not entirely.
Okay, let me enlarge it.
That might. Because she is like time itself.
That might be who? Sorry, you cut out there.
So that might be her.
Might be who?
Yeah, it's skittered right over you trying to say the name.
Oh, okay. Wait, can everybody hear me? All right?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, that might be like a really rough carving of like Mahakali, because Kali is time herself.
Well, here I found a word for it. It says Kalpa Vigraha.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Wait.
Vigraha. Oh, you still there?
Okay, so apparently it's the oldest. It's one of the oldest known of the Hindu idols. That's interesting.
Okay. Well, here's the really interesting part. This is one angle of the idol. Here's where it gets interesting. This is the other angle.
It's kind of that's kind of peacocky a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like a peacock. Yeah. You know, it looks like a peacock. You know, from that angle specifically, it's just like, wait, what?
I mean, there's a picture of that angle specifically, so that's probably another inference we can make. Someone thought it was relevant.
Okay, I just did like a little bit of skimming, and what I found is that Kalpa Vigraha is it's technically an idol of the Supreme Lord Vishnu, as like the originator of all things through his manifestation of time.
Okay.
So.
And that's what the idol is.
Yeah, it's like one of the oldest like forms of divine image for him, apparently.
Oh wow. Okay, so here we have a literal idol. Well, my idol might be going too far, but a literal fetish, an image of Krishna, that an old one, one of the first ones known, that absolutely connects him with the imagery of the peacock. Mm-hmm. And it is specifically through his manifestation of time.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
that is interesting.
because it's actually really. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just suggesting.
Oh, all right. But yeah, no, it's kind of interesting that that the concept of time and the creation of the universe that's present in the Vedic Shastra is very eerily similar to the one like the base of the theory that Stephen Hawking proposes in A Brief History of Time, and I find that hilarious.
How so?
All right, so so Stephen Hawking suggests, and I think it is in A Brief History of Time, and if it's in one of his other books, I apologize for misspeaking, but Stephen Hawking proposes this model for pre-existence, that before the Big Bang there was just like the empty void of space, and there were these I don't know how to properly describe them, except to say that unmanifest conditions of potential existence.
Okay.
And they would continuously like boil up in the black void of nothingness. And his whole thing is he believes that this continued for countless aeons until eventually the precondition of the force of time occurred. And it's only...
Oh, Yogi's paused.
Yeah, Yogi. Yogi, on the topic of time...
Okay, can you hear me now?
You just stepped out of it.
Yeah, so you just stepped out of time. Yeah. Oh,
I am getting comfortable, Moth Angel. Just a bit.
All right. Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, cool. So pretty much he suggests that it's only after the force of time arises in these unmanifest conditions that the ability to go from unmanifest to manifest happens and the Big Bang occurs. It says pretty much the same thing in the Shastra. It says that that Devi, Shakti, the supreme goddess...
And again...
Oh no.
Could not... Oh crap, did you lose me?
Yeah, we lost you a little bit. We got to Shakti, the supreme goddess.
Okay, cool. Alright, so when the supreme goddess went... Because she is the material nature. She is physical existence. So she would continually manifest, but not be able to bring anything into existence until Lord Vishnu entered into the conditions as the force of time. And from then, the explosion of creation occurs.
Okay.
So it's eerily similar.
Yeah. The idea that the thing which creates the Big Bang is literally the dimension of time, the intrusion of time upon the third dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I was just finding it interesting that we got this very early, this image of Krishna as the manifestation of time that has this peacock dimension to it.
The peacock is eternal.
Yeah, very interesting, that there's just something about that.
Oh, and Mr. Shadow, can your hands touch themselves? Yes.
What is the sound of one hand clapping?
Oh, easy.
It's not very loud.
My favorite answer is the Buddhist monk slapping the guy who asked upside the head.
What is the sound of one hand clapping? Psh, 5 fingers say the face, kid.
Face. I'm Rick James, bitch. Why'd you slap me, Charlie Murphy? Because you hit me, man. That was a week ago. I looked in his eyes, I could see he really forgot.
Oh man. But yeah, like okay.
Oh, and
okay.
The giggles? Do the giggles come with mushrooms?
Yeah, they do.
The giggles?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, they totally do.
Starting.
Okay. So, man, one of the things.
Kids, drugs are bad. Okay.
Question, Yogi, it's for you. Have you ever wanted something that you weren't sure you wanted?
Every unrequited crush I've ever had.
Well, that's a little bit different. I'm talking about something a little bit different.
You know, I'm not sure if this relates necessarily to this question, but I was having a conversation earlier with Alaizia over Twitter, because today I've been pretty much trying to clean out and reduce everything that I own. I'm trying to eventually get to like owning only the amount of stuff that I can like bring to a tiny house build, because that is the dream, to compact and minimize my living.
Right.
And a problem with that for me is that, okay, if you're familiar with the manga and anime that is produced by Clamp, and if you're familiar specifically with Triple X Holic, I very much associate with the character of Yuko, in the sense that I myself don't really have a lot that I consider my property, like things that I own personally, but I have this really bad habit of accumulating shit that I don't want and I don't need, but the reason I even get it is because it either finds its way to me, or when I pick it up and I look at it, I get this gut, I can't explain, like this gut feeling of, this is meant for someone. Its way to I am meant to hold this until that person shows up and then give it to them.
Got it.
And oddly enough, so far it's happened, like, with pretty much everything. I still have a lot that is still around, and I really don't want it to be, but at the same time, I'm like, I know I'm gonna give this to somebody. I know this is for someone.
Well, that's simple. You're the treasure keeper. You're the divine treasure keeper. You hold on to things that aren't yours until the owner comes along.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I feel like a cross between like a mystic shopkeeper and a fucking dragon. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like, I will kill anyone who takes from this hoard, except if you take that thing, because that thing is not mine, it is yours now.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, did you ever make those green smiley face prayer beads?
Interestingly enough, the materials have been ordered. They are shipping this week.
Oh, nice.
So,
nice.
A most potent object.
A most potent object, but only if Yogi makes it and I use it. According to the dream.
And you know what's weird? You know what's weird is, you know where the beads are made?
Where?
Taiwan.
Hey, there we go. Go.
That's how I knew they were the right ones. I was like,
and people are saying that globalized capitalism is taking the mysticism out of life.
Well, we it's always so hard to bring it back. You know, there's something about mysticism that provides vision, that provides an ability to see as long as you don't get too far up your own ass, and it's unlike anything else. And it's sometimes very difficult to tease out. You know, it's the realm of the unreal, the realm of the truly chaotic. You know, the realm of things that almost are but aren't quite. And without it, we have nothing, because it turns out the meaning of our life is down there too. You know, because, you know, something that almost is but is not quite. It's something that is real but is not quite real. That sounds exactly like the meaning of life, right?
I actually had a RPG setting I was working on, where the idea is that running in parallel to our universe is a conceptual realm, which the last time that it touched through was the time of Plato, which is that's where he got his idea for the the Platonic perfect object, right? Right, and it's because that realm actually exists running parallel to ours, and the usage of psychedelics and the act of like lucid dreaming is creating a bridge over into that realm. And so there's a government program that knows this and is taking advantage of it, and you are agents of that program. So it's kind of like Stargate through Esoterra.
I like the image of a bunch of like, you know, government agents that have to get high in order to defend America.
It's great because but basically the way it works is like because that's the way every Stargate SG-1 episode worked. At least the not the ones that weren't in long story arcs was that they figured out, okay, this is an address. This Stargate address is a world is a habitable world. We'll put the address in, go through the gate, and see what the random shenanigans of the day is. Right?
Right.
And so, yeah, they're an organization that uses the dream and the psychedelic to travel through to the conceptual realm.
Yeah. That also connects with the dream time. Mm-hmm. You know, the idea of the dream time.
Yes.
I only have one question about this RPG, and that is, can Kurt Russell still get raped by Christmas critters? That's my only question.
If you want.
Because if not, I want no part of this.
We'll pencil it in.
Oh man, that episode of South Park, Jesus Christ. You know, I love that. You gotta help us defeat the tiger. It's evil. No, mommy. Oh God, what have I done? You know.
It's like blood orgy. Wait, yeah, kill me, sacrifice me to the devil.
Oh man. And didn't it turn out to be like what was the end of that? Like fucking Cartman reveals that it's all like his big story about why Kyle's a dirty Jew kind of thing.
Yep. And the whole point is to give Kyle an abortion.
Yeah, we need to give Kyle an abortion, guys. Please.
I love it, Kyle. I love it. Stan takes the lion cubs to the abortionist to learn how abortions are performed.
Yep.
It's brilliant. A+ writing. Fantastic. And what's funny is that what you because it's funny because what were you talking about how like the need for the mystic is so essential. It kind of reminded me of another South Park quote, the famous Father Maxey speech of like, but when people have no mythology to live their lives by and to discover themselves with, well, they just start spewing a bunch of crap out of their mouths.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, that's something that even Nietzsche agreed with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And yet, nihilism has been co-opted as the bullshit that people end up spouting without mysticism.
Nietzsche? Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's like his own philosophy. It's like, guys, nihilism, but a point of nihilism, the reason I'm making these arguments is because of this other argument. And people are just like, no, I can take these for what they are and just throw them into this vacuum of nothing matters, I can do anything, and there are no ethical repercussions for anything I do.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was not what Nietzsche was going for.
No, it really wasn't. He was trying. I mean, he named one of his books "Thus Spake Zarathustra" for a reason, and that was the idea of going back to an essential understanding of what religion and mysticism was actually getting at. And that's why a lot of people misunderstood it, is they didn't realize that that was something that Nietzsche thought was important. Because he spends the entire time trashing fucking Christianity and Judaism and Islam and, you know, all that. And the reason he does that is because he believed that the problem of those religions were inherent in their hypocrisy, because they have nothing to tell you about the physical world in which you live in. How does one live, you know, actually live in this world? And they don't tell you anything. It doesn't say anything, you know, and that's how the whole edifice starts to fall apart, you know, because the faith comes short, and it essentially abandons you through its own hypocrisy. So you have like a couple of choices at that point. You could either become nihilistic, in which nothing matters, and if you did that, you couldn't really be blamed. But the problem is that it's not really a good alleviant to the stress of existence. But the only positive that you can say is, because nothing matters, you have no responsibilities. You know, if you go that route. But the other route...
And yes, kids, that is a school of philosophy that exists. Mm-hmm. And that is that nihilism. That sounds exhausting.
It's well,
say what you will about the tenets of National Socialism. At least
it's an ethos. Yeah, exactly. The problem with nihilism is that it removes everything pleasurable in your life.
Yeah, which is stupid.
It's really stupid. It's really
like
stupid.
For me, everyone goes through like a nihilism phase at some point when they're feeling like probably teenage angst hormones.
Yeah.
But my thing was like nihil hedonism.
Yeah. You're taking back a little bit of what had been denied you by the fact that you grew up in a culture that is largely inspired by a purely aesthetic religion. You know, a religion that like just completely ignored physical existence. I just completely fucking ignored it.
I thought of a term just now. I think it's actually really good for that suburban white Christian bullshit that you got there.
Yeah.
It creates an environment of experiential austerity.
Yes.
There's just nothing there.
Yeah.
And it's not that there's nothing there because there's nothing there. It's nothing there because people took what was there and got rid of it.
Yeah. It's self-imposed.
Self-imposed societal hunger, and then we said, "You're not hungry."
Yeah, exactly. It's trying to force everyone to attain the status of the anointed one. The problem is people don't work like that.
Yeah, and there are different ways to attain your own anointing if we follow. I don't know. Even the most.
Well, even with
basic ideas that LaVey was putting down.
Yeah, well, even in Christianity itself, as described, there are ways of getting there. But the main thing that is very, very, very clear is the resistance of temptation. The resistance of temptation will bring you towards the state of being the anointed one. Resisting temptation while looking after others, making sure others are fed and clothed and are cared for. You know, this makes you the anointed one in the eyes of Christianity, which kind of tells you why Christianity has fallen so short in the 20th century, because they abandoned all that. You know, all that is abandoned. All the stuff that actually could conceivably turn you into the anointed one. And it can, actually. It actually can if you do it. It's just a really hard road. It's a super hard road. It's one of the hardest roads you will ever take. But
like for me, when I absolutely trip my mom, like I've been really high before, but I was never that high before. Like it's that time moment in my history. And I'm thinking to myself, like the one thing that has stayed stable before, during, and after, the one idea that stayed stable was that I am getting closer to my own apex of being by experiencing these wild hedonistic moments.
Yeah.
That's what works for me. I discover myself through engaging in things which I find pleasurable and interesting.
Yeah, and that's a very, very, very different path than the one set out by Christianity. It's a very different path. It does not. Those two things don't correlate well at all, despite the fact that the path that they're actually probably talking about probably is Dionysian in nature. It's the relationship between Jesus and Dionysus is very strange. You know, like it's one of those things where all I can think of is that the Christian cults were getting really, really, really popular. And then along comes a dude going, you know, if I turn this Christianity thing into a universal religion using the precepts outlined in Plato's The Republic, I could create a society that achieves perfect control and perfect justice as a result of this.
Oh, that turned out great.
Yeah. That of course, and of course that worked. You know, like of course that idea worked, and I would call that man Saint Augustine, the father of original sin. By the way.
You leave Saint Augustine of Hippo alone. He was a loving sociopath.
Yeah, so loving. He was a completely like crazy celibate monk who fucking was afraid of it, so afraid that venereal diseases would destroy the empire. And to his credit, that was a possibility. It could have happened. That he essentially tried to outlaw sex, which, let me tell you, in Roman times, that worked really well. That worked so well. That didn't have a backlash at all. Oh, man. Yeah, because you got to remember, like, who were the big enemies of Christianity after St. Augustine? It's Bacchus, Pan, and Diana. You know, the three sex gods. You know, they're the ones that give him the biggest trouble, that give the Roman Empire the biggest trouble. You know, and it's all because they had adopted this philosophy that just absolutely refuses to goddamn deal with sex. It refuses to deal with murder, too. You know, because monotheism can't stand anything that doesn't neatly fit into the categories it puts forth. It just can't deal with them. You know, it's why the old gods never truly disappear. They just kind of go down they just kind of like lose out on the dominance hierarchy of godhood. You know, but they never really go away because that's still a baseline for what they are. I love
American Gods so much, and I'm looking forward to the TV show so much.
Yeah, American Gods is kind of all about that. And the ironic thing is that Christianity, while attempting so hard to be monotheistic, actually did end up creating another god. It created Satan. You know, because all those bits of all those gods that they couldn't deal with accumulate into a single image.
I can't get my hat comfortably, and it's bothering me more than I should.
Okay, we're at that stage.
That's a thing.
Yeah, that's a thing that can happen. So
why do you think I shaved my head?
So yeah,
no, it wasn't that reason, but it would have been a good one.
Satan is an accumulation of all the gods and all the things that Christianity failed to bring into the fold. It's kind of because the idea space, the conceptual space, where things like gods, have their real existence. They're just as prone to gentrification as everything else. Ideas get gentrified too, but it has the same problem. What's the problem of gentrifying an area of real estate? Those people don't go away. But you have to have a reason for why it was okay to displace them. So you find some way to call them evil.
Yep.
No. So Soda Sopa. We have Soda Sopa now. We can have a Whole Foods.
Yes, exactly.
Soda sopa.
We have a Whole Foods, therefore we are righteous. We have brought the Church of Whole Foods into the area. Aren't we enlightened?
I fucking hate Whole Foods and every
Whole
like,
Foods
Trader
is
Joe's and all
weird. Whole Foods is
that.
weird.
Okay, here's my problem with Whole Foods is that the 13th Amendment, which abolishes slavery, does not actually apply to those who are currently in the penal system. Guess where Whole Foods gets their labor from? Oh, it says made in America? Yeah, an American prison. Guys get paid 50 cents an hour for that shit.
Yeah.
It's one of those things
That's
where it's
why I'll
like
shop Whole Foods.
that's one of those things where it's like when it's in its like most simplistic thought form, I am in favor of the concept of Whole Foods as like a chain market that brings. No. Look, that's the thing. Like their practices, like such as the whole thing with the prison labor. No, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. But the concept of having like a string of markets that deal in organics is wonderful. Everything beyond that, I'm just like, this is some odd shit.
Well, yeah, because organic food is the dietary, the prescribed dietary lifestyle of the American liberal. You know, much like keeping kosher or halal, and for much the same reasons. You know, in fact, for the exact same reasons. You know, it's the diet of the religion of American liberalism. You know, and I hate to call it that, but like I don't know what else to call it. Where when a lifestyle comes with your political beliefs, that's a religion. That's a religion. That's an ideology.
Oh, but I'll tell you guys is that when it comes to I would be considered an extremist in that particular thing, because when it comes to the religious application of the organic plant-based diet of the American liberal, I've taken it to a new extreme by proudly proclaiming, fuck lawn culture, grow your own organics, make co-ops everywhere.
No, that's a great idea.
I only have, no, putting co-ops everywhere is a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea.
Well, not necessarily like a co-op, but like, you know, I love the idea of like, fuck lawn culture, everyone grow, like, you know, people start growing shit, and then hey, trade amongst yourselves for what you want.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of people becoming their own farmers if they want to.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think that's
like
fine. I don't have the temperament. I don't have the temperament for it.
Lawn space is bullshit.
It is bullshit.
Golf courses is.
Golf courses are super bullshit.
Yeah.
Those things are super bullshit. Oh my god. You know,
puts a ball in a gopher hole.
If you can, back to the thing with the you can technically have give hard labor as a punishment because the 13th Amendment doesn't cover people in the penal system. Functionally, that was just taking a privatized slave industry at the time. When you think about it, it was taking a privatized slave industry and just making it. They socialized slavery. They put it in the hands of the government instead of the hands of private landowners.
Yeah.
Because the prisoners could just still be forced to work.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you think about the bullshit that a person a person will put on, like how much marijuana it takes to put a person in prison is not that much. So
yeah,
the system is still here. We just abstracted it to too many levels for it to be seen commonly in front of the everyday eyes.
And that's why it's called the prison industrial complex, children.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking
How far does it reach? And how far does it reach? Everywhere.
It don't reach everywhere. You can't get away. We will own you.
Yeah. No kidding. No kidding.
You know, it's one of those weird things where, like, sometimes you look at shit like that and you think, like, those crazy doomsday people who say that, no, the Antichrist is coming and you will have his number branded on you and it'll be like a brand logo and it'll be like a corporate thing. It's one of those things where you look at shit like that and you think, maybe they're not so crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're like, how nutty is this really when you get down to it, But I like how someone referred in the chat to Whole Foods as woke foods.
I'm woke, bro.
I'm woke foods, bro.
I'm so woke, bro.
Oh man, like I can think of no other like mass idiocy than woke.
Well, like if you think back to like its etymological origin in our modern culture, it used to be just like a thing about, like in Black culture, it used to be like, oh, he's woke, he knows what's up, he's a smart guy, go talk to him, right?
Yeah.
But now it's just become this thing. Oh, he's on the same level as all of us, and that's what it's become now.
Yeah. You're just like, woke now.
I don't think it should have ever really been a political term. It should have just. It's much more of a societal term.
No. Yeah, but right now we're going through a period of time where everything is politics. Everything is politics. Everything is political, and it's causing. And it immediately started causing problems. It didn't just start causing problems like in the future, or we could see the problems that are coming from this concept. It started causing problems immediately, just in its inception. Because you're like, what? You're woke? What does that fucking mean?
Yeah,
like,
no.
What does that fucking mean? Like, what? That's a religious concept if I ever heard one. Are you woke? Have you been saved? Like if you accepted Jesus Christ in your heart, you woke, bro.
Personally,
there was this trend. Sorry, Yogi. I should.
No.
This one. But so there was this trend. Yogi's frozen. Oh, Yogi's not
back.
Frozen. No. He's back. All right, so there was this trend of like, using Dungeons and Dragons classes with the whole social justice thing. And you know what? Hey, if you want to call yourself a social justice warrior, or in this case, social justice bard, social justice wizard, hey, that's cute. That's cute. Go ahead. Go do that. That sounds fun. But I always take onus, and they always seem to be the worst kind of people, the people who call themselves social justice paladins. Because you know what? You can be a revolutionary, rebelling and fighting for social justice, but you can't do it cleanly and be a shining exemplar while you do it. You can't. It's a mudslog. It's not a look at me, look at how holy I'm, pure and righteous I am. You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, like how to put it, like a paladin or a holy man is supposed to represent something even greater.
Yeah.
Something greater than social justice, but justice in all things. So to be a social justice paladin is already kind of to fuck up the idea. Like that inherently just kind of destroys the idea because it limits what it actually is supposed to be.
Yeah, because the paladin is an exemplar of everything.
Yeah, an exemplar of all the good qualities that they were supposed to have. They were supposed to be physically fit, mentally fit, and have good judgment.
There are no specific paladins. They are an icon of their god.
Yeah, they are the exemplars of their faith, And I suppose you could do that with social justice, but that seems like a very...
Yeah, it seems preachy.
Well, it doesn't just seem preachy. Like, where does the mystical power come from? Like, when it's attached to a god or a philosophy like Christianity, you kind of get it. You're like, all right, so the paladin, Christianity, the paladin is generous, believes in the saving of and of all beings, that all will be forgiven in the end, and to smite the malicious. Okay, got it. That's what the paladin is. But if you get to like social justice, do you smite people with anti-privilege? How's that work? Like just from playing around with the metaphor.
And also, the paladin works on the level of divine objective good.
Yeah.
Whereas the entire issues of like what is socially and politically, ethically good. We can only have a subjective consensus.
Well, worse than that, the only objective reality of social justice is victimhood. It's the only objective virtue is victimhood. everything else is a system of oppression. How can anyone be powerful enough and good enough to be a paladin under that philosophy?
Yea, I shall pick up the broadsword of my PC, and I shall smite thee, regardless of objectification reality.
Yeah. You have to take it. You have to just take it to absurd levels, just to make it. It can only be satire. It can only work as satire, because it's the only place to go. You would have to have the holy sword of PC. And the shield of privilege. You'd have to have lay on sympathy for the lower classes, instead of lay on hands. You'd have to be shit like that to even make it work. So the social justice paladin only works as a satire.
Okay.
There's no really way to do good work. And then, or like the other argument, like everyone's racist, but some people are at a level which is like your very existence is racist. That's the argument that's kind of going around.
I don't know about your very existence, but the fact that you're a thinking person means that you are a creature filled with biases.
Yeah, and basically, what is and isn't an acceptable level of bias, and the trick. The thing they're trying to do right now is like, as long as you're not actively harming anybody and you're not taking away people's right to speak and platform, just keep working on yourself, and then we're all good. So they see there's some kind of mellowing that seems to be occurring, because as I think what they found out is that the shame throwing vitriol didn't really work. Because that was what was really, really big with like the whole Gamergate thing going on. It was like vitriol. We have so much vitriol, and then regardless of all that, Trump gets elected. It's like, so I think that they somehow got some understanding that the current tactics are not functioning as intended.
Yeah, I think so.
It's taking them, but like every movement, it is taking them months to shift gears.
Yeah. The social justice platform is very, very, very odd, because it created a hierarchy. It created this bizarre artificial hierarchy of needs. Oh, we got a new subscriber. That would be Michelle Lilly just subscribed. Wonderful.
Hello.
Yeah, we have this really strange hierarchy of needs in the social justice world, and it's all based on race. It's all based on that. It's all based on race. Sometimes gender. Because who gets to speak first? Well, it's always black people, and under that is women. Now, that I thought was a very strange move, because you're like, now you got this problem of like, okay, I don't like the idea that we're doing this anyway, but if we're going to do it, putting women, Robert Roscoe just subscribed. Little zombie dude, you chase that new subscriber.
Welcome to the pit. We are sluts.
And so the problem we have with the social justice hierarchy is women come second on the progressive stack, which I could not believe was a real thing. That sounded like bullshit the right made up. It sounded like bullshit the right made up. And I'm like, no, this is so retarded, it can't be real. No thinking liberal person would fucking codify a ladder of oppression. That's ridiculous.
Never go full retard.
Yeah, they went full retard. And they did this in the middle, and this was the thing that just broke my brain. They did this in the middle of the 99% march. And I'm like, you're doing this in the middle of Occupy Wall Street? You're setting up a hierarchy of who can speak in Occupy Wall Street? Well, first of all, you've got a huge problem. The majority of you are white people. So if you're all speaking last. What the fuck? Second of all, the people at the absolute bottom of the progressive stack hierarchy, white males. Absolute fucking bottom. Cis white males, absolute bottom. And I found myself going, you can't put the people who organized the protest at the bottom of the hierarchy. That dog won't hunt.
See, there's this concept that's makes a lot of sense to me called intersectionality, which is this idea that the oppressions are qualitatively different. It's not just a stack, where it's like for this simplicity of argument, let's just go with economic oppression. You lose resources for this reason. Well, the reason a woman will lose resources is a lot different than a reason a black man will be denied resources. And a black woman will experience both of those and some special ones that only occur in the combination. And so this idea of different qualitative types of oppression is what's going around, like there are the intelligence circles of the social justice area, whereas the people who are still like the new high school and just out of high school, just entering college students are still stuck on sort of a hierarchical system,
a hierarchical system is inevitable. Like a hierarchical system is inevitable when you're talking about human organization. It's just going to happen. I'm very existentialist that way, where I'm like, oh no, human beings create hierarchies, you know. But one of the things that I find very interesting is that there is another way to establish dominance, not within a hierarchy, but within a node. And this is a much more feminine way of establishing dominance, which is to make yourself the center as opposed to the top. You know, these are very, very different. Now, why is this is difficult to conceive of, because the top is easier to visualize.
That's not actually too difficult for me too, because I just finished reading a certain book.
Oh, which one? Ursula Le Guin, The Dispossessed. Yeah, that talks about that.
Yeah.
You know, but both societal structures are inevitable. Both are inevitable. What seemed really strange to me, was that the progressive stacked what its real goal seemed to be was to put cis white men at the bottom. That seemed to be the real goal. And I'm like, because I was just sitting there like, what? We can't do that. It's very obvious. Like when you have a Black Lives Matter rally, I don't think any reasonable person would say, well, Whitey should talk first. You know, like, if you did that, everyone would look at you like, what?
Excuse me?
Yeah, excuse me? You know, and on a panel that has to do with women, say whether it's feminism or reproductive rights, if the woman's not the first one to speak, likewise you have a problem. But in the male-dominated world of finance and investment, maybe male Whitey has got an opportunity to speak here. You know, like, that is a little bit more his world than anyone else's.
Yeah.
And he's on the side of getting rid of old Whitey, who's hoarding all the wealth. You know,
So,
maybe we all listen to what these guys got to say. Let them fucking speak. Besides, we're talking about finance. We're not here to completely reorganize the way we talk with each other. We're here to talk about banking and finance. It's different. It's very pointed. You know,
with banking and finance specifically, though, there's a lot of social power that comes from being in our wealth-based society from that. So should there be more minorities in banking and finance? Yes.
Absolutely.
But as for on an issue of banking and finance,
people who currently are doing it probably have the best idea.
Yeah, most likely. So the idea of putting them, I would have been okay with it's like, no, you got to fucking share the stage with the black finance investor. You know, okay, all right, fine. You know, like that makes sense. You know, the hierarchy should have been about who understood finance. It should have been meritocratus. You know, if you were going to do it at all. You know, it's the same problem I have with a lot of the marches that are happening right now. I don't have a problem with the Women's March or the March for Science or all that stuff. But what irritates me is I go, you're anti-Trump marches. Why don't you just call yourself anti-Trump marches? That way, we could, you know, have a true opposition. Because it's really him that we're all against.
I think at some level overall the continued occurrence of marches all the way into his first 100 days. Like I can't remember not hearing like at least about one a week for his first 100 days. I recall hearing about some kind of march. I'm thinking to myself, that's a very good sign. Because it means that there is a drive for long-term organized resistance.
Yeah, there is. There truly is.
It's just the left has always had a problem with ideological purity.
Well, a better way of putting at it is ideological balkanization. We balkanize really easily. And there is a very loud subsect that is obsessed with ideological purity on both the right and the left. And on the left, and for the last 6 years, we've been dealing with it on the left most acutely because the ideologues on the right have fallen mainly silent up until recently.
Guys, I'm having some connection issues. I'm going to hang up and call back in about a minute, okay?
Okay, actually, I'm going to call for a break because I'm going to refuel my libations and get a cigarette and meet back here in like 5 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
All right, cool. We'll do that. All right, Slut hang in there. Let us do this. Come on.
I'll be right back.
Don't forget how to get back. Okay. Is Yogi back? Whoops.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
What's going on? Why do I have two faces?
Oh man, because I accidentally deleted some shit I didn't mean to. Alright. Come on. Layout. Lock position. There we go. Yeah, did we lose Yogi altogether? Yeah, I think we did. We add him to group call. Oh, man.
Okay, we good?
Oh, looks like we might be good. Ah, Yogi's got his... Okay, I have to...
Hey, what's up?
Hey, all I gotta do is reset up the...
I'm like in two parts.
Yeah.
Like some kind of magician.
They're two of you, man. Two of you. They're always two of us in every situation.
Jack, we can't hear you. Jack, we can't hear your voice.
Oh.
Jack, your microphone.
All right, how about now? Can you hear me? Oh, wait, hold on. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Okay, wonderful.
My face is big.
Yeah. My hands are huge, dude. So how you feeling?
Honestly, I feel like I'm coming down. Maybe they were weak. I don't know.
It's entirely possible. Mushrooms. Well, they've been going for what, like 2-3 hours?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right,
I mean,
actually.
I am 280 pounds and 6'8" so.
Oh. Also, did you eat beforehand?
I ate with, actually.
Okay. Yeah. That'll also do something. Yeah.
Right, because then just now, I decided I will smoke some tobacco out of my pipe right now. So
is it tobacco or is it? You said tobacco.
Tobacco.
Okay. All right.
So I was digging through my stash for the stuff I said was the transcendental stuff. And I picked up a little butt of it because it's a deep pipe. I don't have to bother grinding it, right?
Right.
Just drop it in and smoke it. And what ends up happening is like, nah, I don't think I need this. So I go to put it back down, and then it leaps out of my finger, maybe from the pressure, maybe it's an omen, and lands directly in the pipe. I'm like, so guess what I'm doing now? I don't have a choice. It's destiny.
Yep.
The gods spoken.
Yeah, the gods have willed it. Oh man. So.
By the way, I apologize for the angle. Y'all are in my kitchen right now because I'm heating up some black bean chipotle burgers I made earlier today.
Ooh.
It's good.
Ooh. So. I wanted to ask you something. I asked it before, but then we started having technical difficulties. So, do you think that it's possible to want something specifically for the purpose of realizing you don't really want it?
As in an object or a situation?
A situation.
Yeah, I think that's possible. I mean, maybe my context of understanding this is not correct, but I don't know, much like how I seem to run into a lot of people who say, I want this, or I want this to occur, and I really wish this would happen, and then if it does happen, they're like, oh, that's really not what I want.
Yeah. It's because I went over a lot of my old magical notes, including the tower dream, and one of the things that struck me is that most of the things that I have done magically have worked. They've worked. Even things that you wouldn't believe would have been possible worked.
Such is the case with magic.
Yeah, such is the case. As a side note, I did, once you pointed out how much of the imagery I was using was based off of things associated with Tawusi, a lot of things became a little clearer as to what I was doing. And I found it very interesting that the symbol came to me first before everything else.
Right.
You know, but back on the main topic, I ran into a situation where something I did caused me to make a decision, and the decision was, well, I can't take this to its natural conclusion, even though it seems to be something I want, you know. And it's like, well, why? It's like, well, because it risks God, I'm sorry that we're now in a situation where I'm kind of like I'm dancing around it, because it's one of those, like, you know, how much of a dark part of yourself do you want to admit, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Especially what?
Especially in this format.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm doing drugs right here.
Yeah, but no, it's a little more fundamental than that. It was basically, okay, if I do this, if I take this to the next conclusion,
can you step back from it?
Well, like, marriage is over.
Oh.
Yeah. And I'm like, if I take this next step, marriage is over. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. So I completely pulled back. And it did not seem to be like a thing that you would have thought I would have been able to pull back from. But I did. But it keeps coming up. This thing keeps coming up. And I find myself going like, what is this? Like, is this, it's the, how do you know when something is the thing that you need to be running towards, or the temptation you're supposed to be resisting?
That is such a fundamental question to so many people from I really don't know how I would answer that question for you, because for me, it's one of those things where, how can I say it? Like, for me, what you would call moral decision and the idea of putting others' needs before my own, and things like accepting suffering for myself if it benefits others, that's something that's very natural to me.
Mm-hmm.
So my whole thing is I've usually found that if I go for the choice which seems most natural to me, it also tends to be the choice that is one which leads to the least amount of suffering for all those involved. So that's generally how I make decisions like that. But that's the right advice to give to someone like you.
How come?
I would say mainly because that, like, even though I would like to say that we have become friends over the past year and a half.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure that we have some fundamental disagreement, that we might have fundamental disagreement on what constitutes as moral or amoral.
Perhaps.
So that's always been something that I've been like. That's kind of why, like, in any, like, the times we've talked on here or elsewhere, I tend to, like, stay away from things like morality because I'm not entirely sure what that dynamic is for you specifically.
I see. Okay. Yeah. It is a very strange topic for me, because on the one hand, I do believe in the necessity of a morality. I believe it staves off pure malevolence. Because to me, benevolence is not mere selfishness. It spawns out of that. It spawns out of selfishness, but it's a very extreme selfishness where society itself must be punished. Morality itself must be punished. Like, that to me is malevolent. Like, that's why to me the spree shooter is so abhorrent. You know,
yeah.
Like, the serial killer is more enigmatic and frightening. But the spree shooter I find to be far more malevolent. You know, that is causing pain, not even for your own gratification, but just because it will prove how unjust the world truly is. Like, I find, while a lot of people are a bit more comfortable with that than the serial killer, you know, who kills out of a gratification, and you should be afraid of the serial killer, by the way. You know, they are not good people, you know, but I don't know how to put it other than their evil is there for them and their victims. The mass shooter is there to bring that evil out into society. That's why they choose children to shoot, mostly.
You know, I
children or their former coworkers.
What was that?
People who are mostly children or their former coworkers, the people who are on the most similar life path.
Yeah.
And you know, that's one of those things where I can definitely say that I understand that perspective, because, like, at least with, like, serial killers, you know, it's one of those things where, like you said, in their own warped conceptualization, what they're doing is for self-gratification. Mm-hmm. And even though it's abhorrent and disturbing and evil and disgusting, at the same time, you can understand someone doing something for their own pleasure.
Yeah.
That's how life works.
Yeah.
You can get, but yeah, with the spree shoot, the idea of, like, doing something just to doing something, you know, evil for the sake of evil is illogical, makes no sense, and it's frightening in such a much more deep way.
Yeah. It's a much more existential dread.
You know? It's kind of, it's kind of like, as much as I don't necessarily like to bring up this particular book series, but in Rice's The Vampire Chronicles, like, Lestat brings up the fact that evil is a point of view.
Yeah.
This idea that, like, yeah, so what? People fucking say that we're evil. Well, this is what we do. This is what we need to do. Like, you know, what's evil for them is not necessarily evil for us. So and I think what was it, the fucking arrogant ass line that he gives, was it God kills indiscriminately and so shall we, for none like us are so like him.
Yeah. And he has a point. Lestat has a real point.
Lestat would have gotten along, I think.
Lestat and what?
Lestat and Nietzsche would have gotten along at one point, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There's a lot of Nietzsche in Lestat.
Ubermensch.
Yeah, yeah. But to me, that isn't morality is not the same as to me as temptation and its resistance.
No, well, that is the American Christian perspective.
Yeah.
Morality is the resistance of temptation.
Yeah, which I actually disagree with.
Yeah.
To me, temptation is that which takes you away from true temptation is the thing that takes you away from the proper path of your own perfection.
See, that's how I see that.
Yeah, so
Whereas,
things become very scary as you march ever towards there, because the temptations become greater and more convincing is not the right word. Subtle. They become much more subtle. The simple temptations are much easier to tease out. Maybe I shouldn't treat people like crap, even though I feel like, the world has treated me like crap. That's a temptation that most of us have, but most of us resist to greater or lesser degrees. And I think one of the reasons I find the spree shooters so scary is that they have said no to that. And there are tons of people. There are a few like serial killers who do so out of pure malevolence. That the gratification comes from the malevolence. And that is the most terrifying thing of all.
That's also one of the things that has bugged me historically about the kind of mass shooters that end up not getting gunned down with the cops and get like to talk at it, to have a chance to actually speak to the press during the legal mode system, right? It always happens to be the ones who are just doing it out of like blind racism or zealotry. There's never one of these existentially nihilistic mass shooters that ever survives. They always kill. It's usually they always kill themselves if they don't get killed by the cops.
Yeah. That happens a lot. The other thing is that we pay a lot of attention to the killers that have motives that we feel that we can understand. And the thing I think that separates me from a lot of people is I'm like, oh, proving that the world is unjust and awful. Oh no, I understand that motivation. That motivation is there. I feel it. I don't like it, but I feel it. Because the world, you have a lot of good reasons for thinking that that's the case. It's just that there are better reasons for not living that way. Because that's not just bad for society. That's not just bad for your family. That's ultimately bad for you. It's ultimately bad for you because it doesn't bring you anywhere closer to where you really want to be unless you have truly given yourself over to that malevolence. And to me, that I can't even pretend. I can't say that malevolence, a lot of people will say, well, that malevolence is very satanic. And I keep going, no, actually, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's something else, because to say it's satanic is to put the fault on the scapegoat. The problem is that the malevolence is in human nature. It's in humanity. It is in people. That's where the malevolence is. And it just comes down to the fact that the world is an extremely unfair place. But even if the world was a reasonably fair place, this malevolence would still be something we had to contend with.
It actually reminds me of a series of books I read recently. It's the Golgotha series.
Golgotha?
It's kind of this. The first book is called Six Gun Tarot. The second one is called The Shotgun Arcana. So there's a theme they're going for here. And in the first book, the thing they're fighting is your standard monster beyond God, beyond time thing, right?
Mhm.
The second book is they fight a power that ends up arguably being significantly stronger, even though the previous one was pseudo-divine or post-divine. And in this book, the main villainous object is the skull of Cain, and anyone who gets a hold of the teeth scattered from him through the power of human murder. Murder is a trick humans made up. We gods made killing. We eradicated the darkness that existed here before at God's command in an instant. But that was killing. Murder is an entirely human invention. And that's that kind of same malevolent spirit. The spirit of murder is born from man. That is one thing the Cain and Abel myth gets very right. The spirit of murder is born from man.
Yeah.
You know, and it's odd because the idea of like Jack, with you saying like no, it's not satanic. It's from within man. It kind of reminds me of the day that Mahatma Gandhi was shot. He was planning to go to Pakistan on a goodwill mission, and he was being interviewed by I think Time magazine, and the reporter was asking him like, why. Why are you going to Pakistan? What do you think you'll prove? And he said, I want to show people that the only demons really running around are the ones that are within our own hearts.
And he kind of did, just perhaps not the way he intended.
Yeah, but, it's weird because the aftermath of that was so strange because... they hung the man who shot him, but his Gandhi's closest disciples asked for him not to have the death penalty because
sounds about right.
Gandhi would not have wanted that.
Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted revenge. There would have been no point. What he would have wanted was the peace mission to Pakistan to work. That's what he would have wanted, And
another one to consider the speech that Martin Luther King Jr. was shot after, right? They probably had whoever ended up shooting him probably had opportunities before that point, but the people who had their button, this is my guess or theory, is that he hasn't gone to the point where we need to kill him yet. There's probably that period of time. But when you see how that is played upon to history, if you consider the content of the last speech he gave before he died, I'm forgetting words right now. I got feelings. The vocabulary is about half the size it used to be, but
it's cool.
Go on.
Where am I? I forgot.
Yeah. By the way, it was the "I've been to the mountaintop" speech.
Yeah, because that was addressing the idea of the meritocratic myth.
Yeah. We will get to the I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we, as a people, will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I am not worried about anything. I am not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. That was his.
And then
his
that's
speech.
the one they that's the one they choose to shoot him after. It's not like that was just. I'm not thinking that's just like, oh, that was just their first opportunity to shoot him. There were plenty of chances beforehand. So, but that's the one that whatever this dark under human-born murder malevolence concept that should probably have a god ascribed to it.
Well, that's the thing. Here's the thing. We actually can't ascribe a god to it because it's something we can't actually truly conceive of as a society. It's the unending uncertainty of complete and utter chaos. You know, you can have a god of destruction, but how do you have a god of unknowable chaos? You know, of unknowable malevolence, of there's the closest you get in mythology is Sutek, aka Set. He is the closest that you get. You know,
not even.
Go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and not even originally, Set was made into that.
Yeah. He wasn't originally the bad guy.
He was the god of the enemy culture that they stomped out root and stem, salted the earth of.
No. He was the god of the desert. He was the desert god. He was the desert that surrounded the oasis that was Egypt. You know, much like how Babylon had Tiamat. And what was Tiamat? The poison water. Because
I was going to say the closest I could think of was Tiamat.
Yeah, actually, you know, you're probably onto something right there. I had forgotten about Tiamat until just that moment. You know, but like that's the thing that she and Set have in common, which is Babylon is held together by a series of levees, and so the idea of the levees not being good enough is an immense societal anxiety for the Babylonians, and so that there is a sea goddess, an evil sea goddess, that will create the waters which will destroy Babylon. That's Tiamat. Set is the same way, which is he is the desert that is constantly encroaching upon the oasis that is Egypt. And if he takes over, Egypt is done for. And in both cases, the mythology was absolutely 100% correct. You know, the ocean and the overflowing levees did destroy Babylon. The desert did take over Egypt. You know, the evil god, in fact, won in the end, and the culture is destroyed.
So, it's this. Many religions have gods which bring the apocalypse, but those are only those two that kind of have that certainty of being destroyed by their environment, are ended up having gods which embody the apocalypse. They are it.
Yeah, and we have.
There's plenty of end bringers, but there are very few ones who are the living ends.
Yeah, exactly. Because how do you visualize that? Everyone knows what that is, but how do you personify it? You know, and people have gone mad in their attempt.
Right there, you can't really figure.
Yeah. Because it's never just one thing. It's never just one thing. So to personify it is actually kind of a mistake. The closest you get to the personification of the end, the living end, the malevolence, the pure, complete, utter chaos of all things ending is Revelations. That's the closest you get, and Revelations is a fucking mess. You know, it is in itself chaotic and unknowable, and is also an epic poem about how the guy just wants Rome to burn.
And the people who dedicate a large portion of their life to studying that are equally a mess.
Yeah, it's like you can't. It's one of those things where it's like there's this thing where we know that if we make that too real, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It will live in people's minds as a personified force if you're able to do that. So it's very dangerous to even try, even though it doesn't seem like a task that is possible. But we've been wrong about that before.
You know, it's like one of those weird things where, and this has happened to me several times. Like, someone who I know will be like, oh, yeah, you know, I've decided to, like, start, like, reading Revelations or studying Revelations. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. Then as soon as they walk away, to myself, I'm like, I'm gonna miss them. Because they're gonna lose their fucking mind.
Yeah. It makes you go crazy. It makes you go crazy.
Like, I never got really familiar with, like, my passages of the Bible. But one thing I always noticed is that whenever they're trying to make like a creepy biblical story, especially when it's like B or C movie or television quality, it's always like the first thing you hear is like this male narrator's voice, like action narrator going, in Revelations, it said.
Yeah, because Revelations is the book of the end. The absolute end of... It's, you know, in the Christian mythology, what is it? It's the end of Christianity. It's the end of all Christianity. You know, like their philosophy completely coming to an end, utterly and totally. You know, like there will be no more Christians. And chances are they're right about several things. That it will be war. That it will war, famine, disease, and just death will destroy them. That the whore of Babylon will, in fact, you know, that the worldly gods and goddesses essentially will destroy the aesthetic, because how can they not? You know,
What I will say though, if by some bizarre chance they're right about Megiddo, I might have to convert on the spot, because that's way too, like, it's one of those things where it's like, really? Fucking Megiddo? I get, like, why in ancient times that was the place, but if that actually turns out to be the place, I'm like, no, this isn't coincidence anymore. Fuck it.
Yeah. Well, it's also very interesting because there's only been one philosophy that has been able to... Actually, there are two technically, but one comes out of the other. Philosophies that have been able to see past their own end. And that's the Hindu tradition. The Hindu tradition sees past its own end.
Yep.
You know, it absolutely does, and it has the symbol of Kali, and it's an amazing symbol, because you're like, well, Kali is evil, right? You're like, no, she's not. She's malevolent, but she's also forgiving. She is the beginning and end of all things, because the Hindu philosophy recognized that all ends are a beginning in and of themselves simultaneously. Nothing ends without something beginning. Nothing. You know, the loss of your identity in the moment of orgasm is also the inception of life.
Yeah.
You know, the destruction of a building lays grounds for the growth of something else. You know, and as a result, I think that's the main concept that allows the philosophy to exist over thousands of years. Because you've always got this built-in, like, things are coming to an end. They'll be back. They'll be back. Don't worry about it. Something will be back. Who will return? Who will be the great Yogi this time? Oh, that guy. All right, we like that guy. Let's listen to that guy.
Actually, yeah, that brings something to mind. Is that there's a parallel I'm drawing here with how White Wolf, when they were doing Old World of Darkness, how they eventually came up to the Gehenna story, because they kept teasing it. Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And then they finally were starting to lose money on Old World of Darkness that had been around for a bit too long.
Yeah.
And that's when they drop all the Gehenna stuff.
Yeah, basically, well, the problem was actually this.
The end comes, it's not now. It's then.
Well, it did eventually happen. They did eventually bring the whole World of Darkness to an end back in like 1999. And the thing that was really kind of they realized that they needed to redo everything, that they needed to mulligan it. But what they didn't realize is that the thing that had made White Wolf so great during the boom time was its imagination. And the visionaries had largely moved on. So how do you get new guys? The answer is you kind of don't. You kind of don't. And they were always trying to figure out how to reach like that next apex of whatever it is they were doing. But they held fast to certain concepts that they really should have gotten rid of. Like, for instance, I really feel like one of the problems that White Wolf had was that it refined its game system, but it never really considered the way players actually play the game. Because whenever they come up with a new rule set, I'm like, this is nice, but you have totally failed. And this is very true for New World of Darkness. You have totally failed to understand how the player works, how the player interfaces with something, which leads me to believe that you must not have played the game that you yourself made. Because if you did, you would know these were a problem. One of my favorite examples is also what I consider their current greatest triumph, which is Mage the Awakening 2nd Edition. Great system. It is explained like dog shit. It's so poorly explained, despite the fact that all the systems are in place. Were this a computer program, were this a fucking computer game, you would not be complaining that the system didn't work. You would be complaining that the interface sucked and that the interface got in the way, which is a perfect analogy for the game. The system that's behind the interface is fine, but the user interface, dog shit. Plus, it's got this one big fucking problem, which is some powers only work if you run combat a specific way. And those are the time powers. So if you run combat any way other than it is literally described in the book, those powers are useless. And I found that out because I play a time mage. And I'm like, all right, so your initiative is adjusted. Well, but wait, we only roll initiative. My group only rolls initiative once, and that lasts for the entire scene. Are you telling me we're supposed to re-roll it every round? And like after every turn, we're supposed to re-roll it? And the answer is yeah. And I'm like, that takes too long. That takes too long, man. We can't be doing that. That fucking takes too long. The other thing...
You can't go the other way and say, oh, well, it boosts the initiative score for the scene, because that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, that would be hard. Like, I would have actually have removed it... I would have actually changed it entirely, which is, okay, you use this power once per scene. You go whenever you want. You say, I'm going to interrupt that guy. Bam, you do.
Yeah, that would be an excellent way to run it.
Yeah, that'd be a perfect way to run it. But you still only get the one action. You only still get the one action. It's just that you get to determine when it happens after you've cast the spell. You know, that's what I would have done. And they're like, well, I think that's giving too much power. And I'm like, no, it's not. Because, yes, the person who acts first has the advantage. But the reality is, if you can't kill that dude who's that huge dude who's attacking you in one shot, he's got you. He also, just has you.
For me, the game, World of Darkness, for me, was never about having balanced power.
Oh no, never has.
Consider what happens when you combined the rule sets of two of the relations, like I don't know, combine vampire and mage. If the vampires stay out of the mage's way, they'll be fine.
Yeah. But but here's the thing: everyone tries to scale down, and I'm like, no. With World of Darkness, you need to scale up. Yeah. You know, in D&D, it makes sense to scale down because it's pure numbers. So you just want to make it as incremental as possible, incremental but significant as possible. That's a very well-known method of advancement design. But in the World of Darkness, you need to scale up. If the player doesn't have enough power in the beginning, there's no point in playing the game. So you have to be more powerful right out of the gate, in my opinion. But the other thing that I hate is the way they do dodging, which is you have to, if you use your dodge, you can only use your dodge after you've gone after your first action. And I'm like, what? Why don't you just declare it and now it just happens? Or it's like, because here's the other thing.
The first thing I do
you have to give up. You also have to give up your action to do it. So if you've acted, you don't get to do it. So I'm like, who is going to sit there and go, I'm going to sacrifice my action just in case I need to dodge? But there are a ton of people who will sacrifice the action they are going to have if they are attacked before that happens. So when we did our own system, I always did it that way, where it's like, no, you can dodge always, but it only happens once a round and you sacrifice your normal action unless you spend points on it. So it was like, so in the World of Darkness, it's like spend a willpower point, you get to act anyway. Because you're using your willpower. Yeah. And it works. It works really well.
So we're getting into the nitty-gritty of systems right now, right?
Yeah.
Before we got into the actual nitty-gritty, we were just talking about the general conception and structure of a good role-playing game.
Yeah.
I was letting my blissed self take that and then apply that to my previous topic of existentialism and the nature of the universe.
Okay.
And I was just taking it was a fun little experience. Can't name anything specifically, but like when you're going over like, oh, well, the system should work like this or like that. And then I was pretending you were still talking about the topic before I brought up World of Darkness, which is the cosmological stuff. And lighting was making a strange amount of sense. These things are laying on each other pretty neatly.
Yeah. Like I've always seen the challenge of RPG as the challenge of two things. One, creating a compelling setting, and two, creating a system so that a person can inhabit and master that compelling setting. But if the game system works against you, like in Monopoly, you can't do that. You can't have a Monopoly situation in an RPG because all the players have to be able to climb to the top of the hierarchy. They have to be able to reach the apex together.
Or the very,
yeah.
They have to be able to recognize the efficacy of their character.
Yeah. They have
to go somewhere.
Yeah, it has to go somewhere. And one of the problems I always had with a lot of other developers is they always wanted to limit power. And I'm like, dude, if you want to limit power, there's this thing called real life. Maybe you should like walk around in it and learn the frustration of not having any power. Because I guarantee you, no matter how you try in real life, you're never going to become a god. Not in the way you mean it. You're never going to be able to move clouds with your mind. You're never going to be able to kill people with a thought, not the way you mean it.
Oh, I don't know. Once I've completed my incubation of this rock over here in my calcification tray, it may happen.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to keep you posted.
Yeah. But one of the things about but back on the topic of like revelations and all of that, I can absolutely see how the end of Christianity is in that poem, because when you write down to it, like, what is it? Well, the whore of Babylon fucking slays the Lamb of God. Jesus is over. She drinks his blood, shares it with everybody else, and it's just sort of like, fuck this. It's over.
That's actually
and then the righteous leave, but you'll notice something. The world doesn't actually come to an end.
Yeah. The whore of Babylon drinking the Lamb of God's blood and sharing it around, that's intentionally supposed to mimic the I am Jesus, this is my blood, take of it, my disciples.
Yeah. It is.
So
it's intentional.
That's an intentional thing in the writing.
It's super intentional. Yeah. Like that's absolute, because it's basically just discussing a corruption of the Eucharist itself.
Sacrament.
Yeah, of the sacrament itself, corrupting the sacrament for the use of chaos. And so really when you get down to it, like Christianity's apocalypse is going to come at the hands of evangelical preachers. When you really get down to it, Christianity will destroy itself. Nietzsche talks about this at length, about how Christianity destroys itself through its own hypocrisy. Because how can you hold to the faith of the goodness of mankind if its exemplars are the worst examples of it?
Also, in the role of Gnostic Christianity, there's this, how can that balance with this idea that reality has an inherent flaw in it?
Yeah, and that's another weird idea, because to me, reality does not.
Sinful, but it was made by God.
Yeah.
So we made it wicked and sinful, but we're made in His image. You're not.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. That makes none of that makes any sense. It's one thing to say, well, we're born with inherent limitations, but that's not the way it's presented.
Well, to be fair, in Gnostic Christianity and in the Gnostic Mass, it's the being who created the world was not God.
Ooh.
In Gnostic Christianity, the creator of the world is the demiurge.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So we are created in the likeness of God, in the sense of the spiritual reality of the conscious being. But in Gnostic Christianity, the material world, the material covering, all of this bullshit, the ego and all that, that's all from the demiurge. So it's inherently imperfect and inherently fucked up.
So,
and
there's this assumption that the perfect being of God should be able to rule over the imperfect kingdom because what?
Oh, well, that's the thing. In Gnostic Christianity, the demiurge is okay. Pretty much every criticism that you can lodge against the Judeo-Christian God being like a tyrannical monster who murders
or a
his children,
hypocrite or whatever.
Yeah.
I turned you into a pillar of salt because.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's not God. In Gnostic Christianity, that's the demiurge. In Gnostic Christianity, the demiurge creates the world and everything in it, and then attempts to lead us astray so that we only serve the demiurge and not ourselves and the actual God.
Jack's doing a type.
Hmm?
Jack's doing a type.
Yeah. I was just sending out a tweet.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's kind of like, and that's why in Gnostic Christianity, one of the most important feminine forms of divinity is the goddess Sophia, wisdom herself. Because it's seen that through the awakening of the Alaizia, of the inner wisdom of the Sophia Gnostica, of the gnosis of wisdom, that we can actually start to see the truth and find our spiritual center again. It's kind of like, you know what, Gnostic Christianity is very much like the Matrix.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like saying like you know the machines, that's the demiurge. The world that we live in, it's the Matrix. The humans constantly coming into the Matrix to try to liberate us and bring us to Zion. That's like the those are the chosen ones of Sophia and of the monad, or the true God. They are the prophets trying to rescue us from this bullshit.
Right, but that's that thing that kind of falls apart when you realize the one character, the traitor, who says he just wants to go back to the Matrix and forget all this happened.
No, I know. You know who? That's the evangelical.
Yeah, when you think about that character,
Was Judas?
He's playing the Judas, but Judas ain't necessarily wrong.
No, he's not. He's not. He's not necessarily wrong.
Well, Gnostic Judas is a hero. Yeah, because
the guy who wanted to go back into the Matrix, right? And he was going to turn over Neo to do that.
Yeah,
he's not wrong for wanting that. Actually, the movie plays it pretty simply and paints him as a villain, but he's not really that wrong for wanting the blue pill.
Yeah, that's the thing. I never thought of him as being like wrong or a villain. I just thought of him as someone who who was doing what he felt was in his best interests.
Yeah, which the movie seems to frame him as if he's a villain, and I don't necessarily agree with that. Because I don't think that character really is the villainous character in this case.
Well, he's villainous. He kills people.
Okay.
You know, he's definitely a bad guy.
In that he's playing he's a bad person, but he's doing bad things, but what he wants is not necessarily a bad thing. He's doing it for, again, that's kind of gratification. The thing you can understand.
I would instruct against equating that, because the reality is that he is doing something that is bad. He is taking selfishness to the point of malevolence, because he is agreeing to kill the members of his own crew. This isn't just about him getting back into the Matrix. He's willing to fucking destroy everybody else to do it. He's willing to betray Zion. He is willing to betray everything. You know, that, you know, just so his world can be simple again. You know, that's a Make America Great situation.
Yeah, but the Make America Great situation, that's not as empty as the mind of the malevolent mass shooter.
No,
he's a bad person.
No, it's
Very
not.
Bad person,
no, it's
but
not.
He's still doing it for self-gratification.
Yeah.
Willing to destroy everything for self-gratification if their mind sees the balance right. There's at least scales they see. From our perspective, those scales may be heavily weighted in a way that they don't perceive, but then there's the people who don't see the scales.
Yeah. Well, those are the asleep. Those are
morality.
You know, those are the sleepers. You know, those are the people who don't see anything. You know,
but the people who don't see the scales, these so-called sleepers, they're the ones that I'm allegorically. They become the empty, malevolent mass shooter.
Entirely, yeah. Yeah. They become, you know, they
the sleeper who, on seeing they're in a dream, does not awaken. They instead go mad.
Yeah, as it is often has been said by some others, they become possessed. You can become possessed of ideology, and once that sort of thing betrays you, and it is very likely to, you either retreat into a world of nihilism, you try to find something else, or you give yourself over to pure malevolence. You know,
what I will say about the Matrix as a whole, though, is that every time I get too down the rabbit hole of thinking about this particular franchise and all the philosophical connotations it has, I remember the fact that the chubby baby-faced leader of the machines that we see in the last one.
Oh yeah.
You know what his name is?
What?
What's his name?
He does have a name. It's credited in the end of the film. His name is literally Deus Ex Machina.
Ow.
So, just remember, it's the Wachowskis.
Ow.
I need to saw this out of my brain.
That hurts.
I got my Lego trepanning tool here, and I'm just gonna.
And that Jack is.
Saw my brain.
And that Jack. Your reward for all of this deep hurting.
Deep hurting. Oh God. No.
I rewatched that, by the way.
What was that?
I rewatched Pod People because of you, by the way.
Yeah, you see what I meant. They're two Trumpies.
Yeah, there are. I was like, holy shit, there's two of them.
Yeah.
Because I was looking for it.
Yeah, but if you weren't looking for it, you'd just be confused. You'd just be purely confused.
I would just think, I'd be like, that scene isn't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
But none of the scenes feel like they're supposed to be. Oh my god. But just because I'm sorry, little backpedal, but just because we brought up Judas at one point.
Yeah.
Okay. If you have not read these, I suggest that you do.
Okay.
The Nag Hammadi scriptures. These are like these are the Gnostic texts that were really popular until the final edition of the Vulgate Bible under Constantine came out, and then all the other books were supposed to be eradicated.
Right.
So these were very popular amongst Christians, and one of my favorites is the Gospel according to Judas.
Judas, yeah.
Ooh. The Gospel according to Judas is really interesting. Especially since Judas is like the biggest hero ever in that Gospel.
Yeah, he does exactly what Christ tells him to do.
Yeah, it's great, and and the thing is, that narrative of Judas makes the most sense to me, because if you read the Bible, it does kind of give the impression that Judas was one of the most devout of his followers at the beginning, and one of the ones that Jesus actually favored. So it makes a lot of sense for him to be so far along that Jesus takes him aside one day and says, "Listen, I'm going to need you to do something for me. You're not going to like it. People are going to curse your name for centuries. But you doing this will lead to the liberation of millions." It makes sense for it to be him in a way.
Yeah.
And what I love in the Gospel of Judas is that Jesus, changes... Jesus is a fucking shapeshifter in the Gospel of Judas.
Ooh.
Yeah, it says that... in the Gospel of Judas, it says that, once they were... when him and the apostles were among the people, he always appeared as Jesus. But, how, in the Bible, it says that he would, teach his 12 apostles, he would teach them secret things amongst themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, part of that, apparently, is that when he was amongst them, privately, sometimes he would just be a kid. He would just appear to them as a child. And most of them were confused by this, but Judas was supposedly one of the only apostles who understood why he would do this. Peter being the other ones, but yeah. So, I don't know, yeah, the Gnostic texts, they're very much... But what's interesting is the whole dichotomy between the true God and the demiurge in Gnosticism. A lot of people, I've talked about this to practicing Christians, and well, that's just ridiculous. I'm just you realize that your religion did the exact same thing, right? You just call your demiurge Satan.
Yeah.
And you just leave out the part where he created the material world, but you've essentially done the same thing.
Yeah. It's essentially the same thing. It's just well, we can't have people believing that something that we say is evil has created the world, therefore we're going to say God did it. So you're wait, what? As opposed to even say the god of the Yazidi, the one who creates the creator, the god of the Yazidi, who creates everything. Is look at that, look at what I made. It's awesome. I want you all to worship it. Because that guy is seen as flawed. Right out of the gate. Because they don't worship the creator god. They worship Tuusi, who is given as the guardian and the steward of creation, of all material creation.
Why bother praying to the guy who left?
Yeah, because he fucks off. The god described there fucks off. He leaves and he is not coming back.
Well, what's actually much more...
Alaizia.
What's actually so much more interesting too is that it's not even not Alaizia, I'm sorry. And what's interesting is that it's not even so much that he fucks off as much as he couldn't come in to begin with, which I think is really interesting because the whole God created the universe, then he was all right, bye. That's what's present in deism, but in the Yazidi context, the creator God, he creates the universe, but he can't actually interact with it directly because he's not material. And that always like seemed very interesting to me. This idea of like that there's something that God made that he can't fucking interact with directly. He can do it indirectly, but because of the fact it's material, God, he can't.
Here's an idea. So when you put something on paper, I'm gonna draw a flower. I guess I don't know. This thing that I've conceptualized that exists in two-dimensional space. This shitty little flower.
Mm-hmm.
I, being this extra-dimensional God being, cannot actually reach into this little world I have created. I cannot reach into the picture of the flower. Much like a painter cannot reach into his paintings and a writer cannot reach into his story, so too can deities not reach into their reality.
Right. I mean, like I like the concept like makes sense, but
yeah. They exist on a conceptual plane above we call it creation, whether it's a god creating our plane or it's a artist creating a work. Our artistic works, our knowledge is to us. Our artistic works, the products of the products of our knowledge are to us as we are to the deity.
Yeah, I mean that and that makes in that context that makes a lot of sense, and that's why I always thought.
Think if you were like writing a short story and you wanted to give a little point of pathos, so you kill off one of the characters, but that actually kind of hurt you because you really were close to that character. Well, the story has been created like this, and this is how you're going to publish it. You can't insert yourself into the story and suddenly stop that.
Well, yeah,
that's because Deus Ex Machina makes for shitty plays.
No, it does. Well, I mean, okay, it does when it's not handled correctly. I'll say that because something that's interesting is that this concept of like not being able to interact because of that difference. That to me is, again, that's one of the reasons that I started to look at Eastern religions because, okay, like in Hinduism, you don't have this concept of God being separate. The universe actually exists within God, and God exists within the universe. So there is no separation to begin with.
Yeah. This idea of hierarchical empirical for realsies doesn't apply. Like this circle defines everything in it, this structural breakdown, and this linear path of this contains this. That doesn't necessarily work in Eastern religion because it's cyclical instead of linear.
Exactly. So that's why like that always made much more sense to me. Where like and I remember having this like being raised Catholic, I had this thought of like well wait a minute, if God has like separated himself from creation, because in Judeo-Christianity you get that concept that God has created the universe separate from himself.
Mm-hmm.
So how exactly does he interact with it? I don't quite understand how that works. That's why like within a Judeo-Christian mindset, deism actually makes way too much sense. This idea of he's like, okay, I created that. I can't really interact with that. Okay, I'm gonna fuck off now. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. That is a bit. That does make a bit more sense. But one of the things that. So where were we going with this?
Man, I don't go anywhere except where I'm meant to be. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so
I
think the point is that to a certain extent, I think morality is a thing of mankind.
Okay.
Until we meet another absolutely identifiable intelligent species, I feel like morality is just for humans and things which are on the human level.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, and I think that in many ways, it is a survival strategy. It is a long-term one. You know, one that ensures the survival of not just you for the longest period of time, but also of generations ahead of you that do not exist yet. But I also feel that finding one's perfection in this world requires that morality be challenged. Well, you know, because we don't know, right? Morality always needs to be adjusted.
And the thing with it is you have to look at what the first... I find what can be really telling about a certain person, like just when you meet them, after you've known them for a while, the question that's important to ask, did this person reject their internal conception of morality or the external conception of morality put upon them by society, which they will, in their life, they will reject and challenge both those things. Which did they reject and challenge first? And figuring that out can tell you a lot about a person.
Entirely possible. Entirely possible.
And do you reject the rules that others put upon you first, or you reject the rules you've written for yourself? And when I say rules, I don't mean limitations. I mean like your macros, or how you go through situations. If X, then Y. Or do you challenge the ones that have been put upon you, or the ones you have developed yourself first? Because you must challenge both to reach an understanding of your own ethical compass.
I would say for me, I definitely challenge the morality that is given to me before anything else. You know,
if I was to make a guess, and I'm just going to guess, Yogi, you challenged your own sense of the rules of the world first.
No, actually.
No?
No, I've found that my sense of the rules has always remained intact. It's like, you know, like
Sure, but whatever moral system you hold yourself to, it has made adjustments over time.
Well, I mean, how can I explain this? It's like, all right, like when it came to, like example, when it came to choosing my spiritual path,
sure,
it was straight up going with the idea of, you know, it was going with the idea of like, no, I know what I believe to be right. I know what I experience to be correct. I need to find something that matches up with the experience of truth and reality that I've been having.
So you did actually then, the definition I'm trying to come across here, you did actually challenge your own set of existential rules first.
Well,
like you looked at yourself, like you looked at yourself and said, I need to change this about the self, as opposed to saying, this has been a thing imposed upon me, I don't agree with this.
Well, no, like my thing was much more, I remember, okay. Like, I remember spending a lot of time in church as a kid. When I was a kid, I was absolutely in love with Catholicism.
Okay.
I was absolutely in love with it. I actually wanted to be a priest when I was little.
Okay.
Kind of went the opposite way with that.
You fell into quite the similar. You are a chaplain still, technically.
Well, yeah, I was about to say you absolutely did become a priest. It just
I did.
Just wasn't Christian. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it the opposite direction.
You know, but
Eastern religions are more of an angle.
It's an angle, man. It's a viewpoint, man. It's a vibration. But no, it was like, you know, so it was like one of those things where like how can I say? It's one of those things where I never really questioned the existence of the realm of the spirit, not because of blind faith and acceptance, but because ever since I was little, I've had experiences that until I find some other explanation for them, I cannot in good conscience doubt the possibility of spiritual reality.
Right.
Wait,
So,
say that again?
like, what I'm saying is that, like example, my whole crisis of faith wasn't a crisis of do I believe in God. It was a crisis of how do I view what that God is.
Okay.
Because ever since I was little, I've had certain experiences with what can be considered the realm of the spirit that
What
have...
you could say, then, is that you've never been an atheist.
Yeah, I've never been an atheist.
Not truly.
No.
There may have been a point where, like, I don't believe in any specific religion. That's because you haven't picked yet.
You know. But that's the thing, and it was one of those things where, like, I guess you could say, like, that's the thing. That's why I always define myself, first and foremost, as a pragmatic transcendentalist. I totally agree with pragmatism, especially pragmatism of people like William James. But I also have experienced life through the lens of transcendentalism, this idea of, like, finding the divine within. And that was, like, one of the big reasons I left Catholicism, because my personal experience of divinity within myself majorly contradicted what I was being told about the reality of that divinity. And because that didn't match up, that led me to the conclusion of this isn't right, at the very least not for me. You know, like example, like one of the big things I could never get over was the concept of damnation.
Yeah, that's a big one for a lot of people. That's a very big one, because you're like, why would I be condemned by anything other than my own folly?
Yeah, and especially since I'm just like, well, wait, you're telling me that there is this God who is all-loving, all-knowing, is like a parental figure to all beings throughout all reality. Yet, because of things that happen outside of my control, will send me to a place full of eternal suffering because he did not properly make his wishes known to me.
Yeah.
That is really fucked up. You know.
That's where Gnosticism goes around and says, oh, the universe was, it was the demiurge, and the universe was basically the intellectual farting of the monad.
Pretty much. No, yeah, pretty much. That's why it says that, you know? Because that's the thing that gets me, is that, like, and I even got this because, like I said, I loved my religion when I was little, so I read the Bible, like, all the time, and I loved reading the Gospels. I loved reading the parables that Jesus would give, and something that always stuck with me is, who among you, when your son or daughter asks for a piece of bread, will give them a stone? And who among you, when your child asks for a fish, shall hand them a poisonous viper? If then you, being evil, know how to love your children, how much more love does your heavenly Father who is perfect have for you? That one always stuck with me, and I'm like, that God does not match up with this concept.
No, he really doesn't, and that's something that Nietzsche talks about, when he's just sort of like, yeah, when that's what he means by Christianity will become irrelevant through its own hypocrisy, you know, because it refuses to deal with the matters of the material world, refuses to. You know, it will fall because it can't possibly stand. You can't stand. It can't be out there condemning sex. It might be able to get away with that for 500 years, but can it get away from that for another 1,000? I don't think so. I think people are going to get tired of it because they're like, you know what? I kind of want children, And you've just gotten more extreme about this anti-sex thing because you don't know, because the religion has no space for it. You've just gotten more dogmatic about it, because that's the other thing. Religions generally get more dogmatic, you know, if they're not careful. And Christianity definitely fell in that trap. Easy. Whole hog. You know, so once you get to a point where sex is just evil, you have to be evil in order to have children. That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous.
What that combination
was
does
that?
do, well, you can have...
Someone actually, let's see, really quick. Will I Like It Review says, is it true that some forms of Satanism is more of a straight rebelling against other religions rather than aligning to a belief in Satan as a savior figure? Yeah, a lot of people see it that way.
In most forms of Satanism that I've come across in my short time with it, 'cause I'm pretty much not... You guys the OGs right now. I've never come across a form of Satanism which isn't you are your own savior. That's the fucking point.
Yeah. That's part
So
of
the
all
point
of them.
the point of a lot of Satanism is do not externalize your savior.
Yeah. You're the one in charge of your soul.
Say unto thine own heart, I am my own redeemer.
Yeah, at the center, the thing I find very interesting is at the center of the Satan myth is a story which is in of itself a trick. But only those that see through it can really get it. So me telling you the answer is against what it is. Part of the trick is guessing what part of the story of Satan is a complete lie. Because it's not all a lie. I mean, now we're talking in a metaphorical sense here. There's a major part of the myth of Satan, which is a complete, utter, and total lie. But you have to guess which one it is, and then you have to puzzle out why it's a lie. And once you realize that, you're working on a different level. But I can't tell you what that is because that's the secret. And it would also deny you the joy of discovering it.
Okay.
And you know what's so interesting about the Satan myth, and I can't believe that in the amount of times we've talked about it on this stream that we've never touched on this, is that beyond the fact that Satan, from a Judeo-Christian standpoint, is the scapegoat and is an amalgamation of pagan gods who could not be reincorporated into the belief system some other. Beyond that, Satan exists in the way that he does in Christian mythology to kind of be a retcon of several very disturbing implications that the Bible has as a complete text.
Yeah. Something that might not have come up had it been designed as a complete text from the outset, but wasn't.
Exactly. Like, for instance, okay. The fact that, like, okay, it's one of those, like, weird things where, like, people will say that, like, motherfuckers like John Calvin with his predestinationism, you know...
that shit upsets me.
Well, the thing is that the Bible pretty much says there is predestination. That's the fucked up thing. If you read the Bible as a whole, no one should ever come away from studying that book and believing that the God of the universe that the Bible is set in has given free will. There is no free will.
Yeah, there's nothing in the Bible about it.
No, there isn't. Well, there are things in the Bible that show that free will doesn't exist, that everything is fated. For instance, like, when was the last time you ever, like, read the Exodus story?
I mean, the whole book of Exodus?
Well, okay.
When was the last time the Exodus story was told to you, and through what metaphor?
Okay, well, specifically the part of the story of Exodus where it was like the Moses demanding for his people to leave and like the plagues and all that shit, like that specific part of the story.
Out of the Bible, it's been a while. It's been a few years.
Okay. Something that a lot of people gloss over is that every time something happens, every time Moses shows a miracle or a plague comes, Pharaoh is about to say, okay, let them go. But then the Bible explicitly states that God hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not do it. And at the very beginning, before any of this happens, God as the burning bush says to Moses, you will work my wonders, and Pharaoh will not listen because I will harden his heart. And the point of this is that I can use him as an example to show the world my power and my wonders.
Yeah.
Which is like, oh, fuck. That's...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so fucking egotistical and malevolent. That's supervillain territory.
Yeah, that's horrific.
Yeah, it's horrific. You know, that is not an all just loving God. What are you talking about? That's crazy.
And then later on, even in the New Testament, Jesus, this is in the Gospels. This isn't like Pauline Christianity. This is the Gospels. Jesus says that God chooses who gets salvation. He chooses to give or withhold grace based on his own like choices. So in the Bible, it says that there is no free will and predestination is a thing. So that is a big problem. You have this whole system of there's an eternal heaven, there's an eternal hell, and it's like, well, wait a minute, but our book itself actually says that free will isn't really a thing. It's a concept that we have, but it's not real, and that God himself chooses before we're even born who goes to heaven, who goes to hell. That means God creates people explicitly to punish them. That's fucked up. Holy fuck, what do we do?
Okay. And also another one, when you take that common metaphor of okay, well, welcome home. There's this common metaphor. It's in the Devil's Carnival, but with the same people who did Repo. It's God as like this doll maker, and he's taking his time with the project. Then he slips up, and he's like, "Oh, reject spin." So he may be not necessarily creating them explicitly to punish them, but some maybe he does, but some of them maybe they're just like, "Oh, this isn't as good as I thought it would be." It's I'm going to take back the responsibility of this being I have created. I don't have to be responsible for this being I created. I am all powerful. I can just discard it into the rejects bin because it didn't turn out the way I wanted it to.
You see, that's the thing, and people see that aspect, that portrayal of God in the Devil's Carnival, and they're like, "Oh my God, this is terrifying." I'm like, "Yeah, that's the Christian God."
Yeah. Not there's how to put it, like there's no love there. Like we keep talking about God's infinite love, but there's really no evidence of it in the Bible at all. Like it never, like there are plenty of examples of Krishna's love. You know, he displays that all the time. And it's like, hey, I love you. Everything's gonna be cool. It's gonna be awesome. It's all right. Oh, has fate interceded and made your love impossible? That's okay, I'm Krishna. I will make it possible because I think you're just so cool.
Because fate is my bitch.
Because fate's my bitch. Yo, bottom bitch, get over here. Make it so that these two beautiful people can fall in love. Okay, Krishna, baby, I'll do it for you. That's right. I can't get enough of your sexy ass, fate. You just get back there. And like there are tons of examples of Krishna just doing things cool for people just because he wants to. And that's the interesting thing about him, which is he does get angry. He beats the shit out of things all the time, but it's coupled with this great desire to just be cool with things. Like he's really nice to people. Sometimes he's really mean to people. You know, but if you're like, when people say the love of Krishna, you actually have something from the mythology that you can pull from and understand. The infinite love of the Judeo-Christian God, the fuck are you talking about? There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
Like, where?
Why do you download The Sims and then proceed to build a locked house with no doors, full of wooden chairs and fireplaces? Because you're playing God.
Because you're playing God. Yeah, exactly. It's just all. He is a God of pure judgment. Pure judgment. That's it. That's all. You know, because he's based off of a sky war god. He's a sky war god. He's Yahweh. Yahweh is a sky god. He's
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, R. Riley M. just pointed out that after I was talking about that, he checked in the Bible. It's in Exodus 3:21 how God controls people's will.
Yeah.
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 Like,
There's the only reason you can't tell people that there's no such thing as free will is because that problem stares you in the face if you say that there isn't. That's like saying there's no sky. So everyone just goes, all right, so what's that thing that is up there when I look up? If there's no sky, what the fuck is that?
And like, I will spin this, like, we've been conceptualizing it in a certain way. I will spin what we have conceptualized in the most positive way possible, which is to say, to demonstrate the nature of free will to you, I'm going to take someone's away.
Yeah.
Watch what happens without it.
Yeah. Like,
To
I can
demonstrate
choose.
what happens without a sky,
You have free will. You can choose malevolence. You can choose benevolence. You can choose to do things the hard way. And that is the biggest evidence for free will. That you could choose to do things the hard way. Because why the fuck would you do that? There's no logical reason for you to do things the hard way. On purpose.
A traveling monk met the sky god and asked him, what purpose does the sky serve? The sky god removed the atmosphere for a few minutes and let him figure it out for himself.
Yeah, that's a sky god answer. But when you get into the idea of love, what are you fucking talking about? What do you mean the Christian God loves you? There's no evidence for this at all. It's not there. It's like, oh, we sent Jesus to come down and die horribly. Okay, why? You know, like, why? How is
because
that?
He couldn't decide to just forgive us of his own volition.
Yeah.
If I was to take the Judeo-Christian God and throw in a pantheon, I think I figured out what he'd be a god of. I am the god of martyrdom for my own petty selfishness. That's in many ways. He does.
In many ways.
I'm the god of words.
Yeah. He's a god of words and a god of petty and a petty god of selfishness. But words, that's a big one. He is a god of words. You know, the spoken word specifically. Whereas in Judaism, he is a god of the written word. You know, like I keep saying, like Christianity and Judaism are two different interpretations of what the word means. In Judaism, it is written, and in Christianity, is spoken.
Yeah, but they both straight up logomancy.
Oh yeah, it's straight up logomancy. You know, but the thing that's so weird about it is when you get to the like, oh, God has infinite love, and you're like, where did this idea come from? Like, you even ask Jewish people, and you're like, we have no idea where you got that shit. There's no way you could have fucking come up with that. In fact, and this is one of the things that led me to it, there are only a certain set of gods that are associated with infinite love. And only one of them exists in that region. And it's Dionysus. Krishna is also infinite love, but he's an entirely different region.
Yeah, he's all the way over in the Indian subcontinent.
Yeah. He's over there, baby. Like, you know, it takes time for that fucking concept to come over here. But the Greeks had Dionysus. The Romans had Bacchus, you know. And as I keep saying, what is Dionysus the god of? He is the god of shepherds. He is the god of wine. You know, he is famous for his cultists wandering from place to place on foot. And what's another thing that he is associated with? The ocean. He's associated with the sea and fish because he has a nephew. He has a relationship with Poseidon, who's his uncle. And much like the relationship between Krishna and Ganesh, it's a little bit like that, except it's in reverse. Poseidon's the pissed off god in the Greeks, and Dionysus is like, Uncle Poseidon, what did you do that for? It's like, they were laughing at me. You unleashed the Kraken. Come on. What are you doing? Look, nephew, you're soft. You're young. I'm secretly jealous of you. But, okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have at least consulted with Zeus. I should have consulted with your dad, because, like, then at least he wouldn't be pissed. He's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Uncle. Like, come on. And here's the thing. There is also a story where Dionysus walks on water.
Yep.
He goes onto a boat of pirates, and because Dionysus just gonna be a pirate now because he does this. They go out there, and this one dude, this one shipwright goes, that guy's an Olympian. I think he's Dionysus. So we should be really, really nice to him. And they're all like, no, everything has gone wrong. We curse the outsider. He is an outsider. We curse him. And he's like, you can't curse him. He's Dionysus. I can see that he is. Don't do it. And they're all like, nah, fuck the guy. So they keel haul him. They fucking keel haul him. And then he gets it. And then very soon after, the whole ship sinks. And Dionysus comes out of the water walking on top of it. And there's this one dude hanging onto a plank, the guy that said he's Dionysus. He's bouncing up and down the water. And he goes, I like you. You get to live. Bing! And he walks off. and there you have, and there is a lot of similarity between that and the story of Peter.
Oh, yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what I always think is so fun? Okay. So yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you know, God of Infinite Love makes sense if you're talking about people like Dionysus or Krishna or, you know, it makes sense. But another thing that always gets me, right, is that, and again, gotta give credit to the Hindus, that we are like the kings of complex story maps.
Oh, yeah.
We are the kings of complex story maps.
Yeah. Came up with the mandala. The creators of the mandala. Yeah, like, yeah. Which, by the way, are all stories. The mandalas are all stories.
Oh yeah, they are both. They are simultaneously beautiful works of art, diagrams of the inner spaces of the consciousness, and complex, detailed stories all in one.
Yeah. That's what. It's what makes them so fucking fascinating, because you're like, someone figured out the connection between all of these things and then just made a representation of it.
You know, but the reason I bring that up though is like, okay, you know, like in the Bible, you have like this thing of like, you know, God did this and it punished this person or whatever, and it's like, well, why did he do that? Because it was the right thing to do. Well, why? Because he's God. It was the right thing to do.
Yeah, just because he said so. Yeah. That's not the workings of a fucking God of infinite love.
Yeah. When did that region of the world lose their infinite love god?
Yeah, when did that region of the world ever have one?
Dionysus.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, no, but I mean, like, the Abrahamic faiths.
Okay.
Like,
he's talking about like Canaan. When did the region of Canaan ever have that god?
Yeah, exactly. Like, fucking Egypt does not have that god. Egypt does not have a god of infinite love.
And you think they would because of like how awesome their lifestyle was.
Yeah, but they don't. They don't. The closest they come is Isis. And if you think Isis is a goddess of infinite love, you're a fool.
Oh yeah,
she is not.
She's evil as shit.
Yeah. She's malevolent sometimes, just outright.
Isis is the god of very specific and finite love.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. You know?
But like that's the thing. So you know, so that's the situation you have. Like when you know, oh, God does something, it's just the right thing. Don't question it. Whereas, like, in Hinduism, every time God does something, it is attached to this lengthy fucking story of this happened this way, to happen this way, to happen... Like, you actually see a mapped-out chain of cause and consequence, and it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Like, because that's the thing, like, okay, like, with the whole free will issue, right? In Hinduism, do you know what the answer to do you have free will is? The answer is maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah, because it's a mystery.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where it's like, I think the most precise answer I ever found was that you think you have free will, you experience that you have free will, but maybe you don't actually. Maybe it's just a thing that you know, God uses to enact his deterministic will without making you feel like an asshole. So,
yeah. Which stands in which God, how to put it? The philosophy that absolutely says you do have free will, that you absolutely do, except you're not born with it, you develop it. You have a small amount of it and it expands over time, but only if you work at it. That is alchemy.
Yeah.
Alchemy is all about, like I said, all the things that we used to call alchemy are all about transformation, and only those things which are not talking about a physical transformation remain in alchemy at this point, because what do you need to be using alchemy for when you have chemistry? You know, what do you need alchemy for when you have engineering? You know, but so the main thing that is left is the main thing that it is talking about, which is the transformation of a human being from a person to a person that has a soul. And it starts with the presupposition that everyone has the potential. All people, you know, everybody, everything that is considered human, and maybe even a few things that aren't, but we're not too sure because we're not human, so we can't see it. You know, we're not equipped to make that judgment. You know, this is what the gold is. You know, the gold is the soul. The gold is free will. The gold is you. Because it is a pure thing. It's considered pure and as having intrinsic value. You know, so that's why it's used as the symbol. And the alchemists, you know, particularly the thrice great Hermes, really understood what they were talking about. They really got it. But how do you? But it's hard for us to tease out, because one, you do have to be relatively intelligent to separate the symbol from its actual meaning. And even then, we are talking about meanings. We're talking about symbols that are created for meanings that are hard to communicate. For example, everyone knows what it looks like when you have an idea. A light bulb goes off in your head. That's awesome. But people had ideas before there were light bulbs. So what did you conceive of it? How did you perceive that? How did you visualize an idea before the light bulb? Sparks. Yeah. Fire or gold. That idea is worth its weight in gold. You know, it's a golden opportunity. You know, we used gold during those days to describe that sort of thing. You know, things of brilliance, things where people could see the future and see themselves. They were considered gold, because what else were you going to do? You know,
Jeff, I have to ask. Have you made it to the end of the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood or the manga itself?
No, I have not.
Okay, because this whole idea of like alchemy being partial to the transformation of the self through understanding of the nature of the universe, that's important.
That's important. Yeah, good. It should be important to that story.
Hiroma Arakawa, the mangaka that created Full Metal Alchemist, holy shit, she did her research. Like, both the military stuff and the stuff regarding, like, the esoteric lore of alchemy. She did fucking research.
Yeah, she did. All of the diagrams. And this is one of the things that, like, got me on board for the show. all of the diagrams, all of the formula that's presented in the show, I was like, that's real.
Yeah. That's all like
That's a-
greater and lesser key of Solomon. Yeah.
They're using it correctly. No, I remember, was it like, okay, the very first time I saw the not Brotherhood, but the first run of the original FMA anime.
So the one that they changed the ending for, basically?
Yeah.
Sure.
But was it you remember like the original opening theme to that show?
Yeah.
The first shot is like, like a craning shot of Ed going up Ed, and then you get like this rainbow brilliance growing around him, and out from the back of the top you have the bursting out and blooming of the white rose.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yes, this.
That show's symbology is so fucking accurate.
Yes.
Yeah. It's very accurate
Now,
to the
to be fair,
text.
Yeah, the way, but I mentioned just briefly that the original anime ends differently, and like I know where the like the manga and Brotherhood went. Like I know I can make all the connections and like, oh, this is a reference to this piece of thing. But when it comes to the original anime, it feels like it just went off like this crazy B movie. Let's include the whole thing plot. Plus, it has a portal to our world, and the Nazis come through. So there's that.
Nazis.
Yeah. Although the parallel, I would be interested in. So, for Brotherhood in the original manga, one of the major the main villain is a homunculus, and what is he trying to do? He's trying to attain some kind of godhood.
Yeah.
Right. So, we created a human being. Humans created another form of life, much like by drawing it through this gate of esoteric knowledge from this like anti-world. And the first thing that being does once it enters creation is, how do I surpass my master? How do I achieve godhood? Because what the creature is basically that the homunculi are made of is they expelled emotional drives of like the original homunculus, the dwarf in the flask.
Right.
Where like the character's lust, greed, gluttony, those are all his expelled emotional cores.
Mm-hmm.
So what the homunculus is, it's the human with the animal with the animal sins, the 7 sins, is what happens when you take a human and you take the part of the humanity that comes away with the 7 deadly sins. If you took away all 7 deadly sins from a person, you do at some point strip them of some level of their humanity.
Yep.
You take all 7 of them out. And so what the homunculus is that with the 7 deadly stripped out. And what does that thing immediately attempt to do? Attain godhood at any means possible. Because what is left, once you strip out the animal drives, what is left? That's why there's always the joke with, it's like college undergraduate nihilists. Nothing matters, man. The whole reality is a lie. Don't you understand? Postgraduate nihilists. I'm going to go into finance.
Yeah.
Because I've lost all the drives. The only thing left is to attain power.
Yeah. Very much. Yeah, very much. And the sad thing is your desire to do that doesn't do much for your ability to actually climb the dominance hierarchy. That is scary. That is something that's always been scary to me. Where it's been like, wow, you can totally lose your soul to climbing the dominance hierarchy of society and not move one iota. Even though you're doing all the bad stuff, all the stuff you're supposed to do, because you suck at it.
Once you, throw out the 7 deadlies, all there is left for your atavized being is to simply obtain is now an empty vessel by which to stuff with whatever your society calls power.
Yeah. But it always bothers me, and I'll be honest, it bothers me. Like I've said, way to say it is like, oh yeah, you can literally sell your soul and get nothing for it. Or literally is taking it too far, but you can sell your metaphorical soul and get nothing in the bargain. Like literally nothing. Like nothing. You're just a bad guy who has no more power than he had when he started.
And all of this is why one of my new favorite anime is the Saga of Tanya the Evil.
Oh, what is that? I haven't seen that one.
I'm curious.
It's existentially hilarious.
The best kind.
So
yeah, I've been watching Space Dandy because I've just been into stupid.
No, Space Dandy is good stupid, bro. That's like good quality stupid.
Oh, you want to actually think of us like stupid? Are we talking like stupid cheese stuff, like pulpy?
Oh my god. Okay, so here's the idea of Space Dandy. He's a guy that goes around space. He's got his big 50s haircut. And he goes around space trying to find aliens that have not been discovered yet so he can bring them back to the alien registration and get money for it so that he can go to a fucking Hooters-style diner called Boobies and just, like, chill out there.
He's kind of like Johnny Bravo in space.
Yeah, he's a little like Johnny Bravo in space, And except, better drawn, better animated, and there's a lot of tits.
Okay, so Saga of Tanya the Evil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it starts off in modern day Tokyo, and our protagonist is essentially the kind of corporate guy you're talking about. He is a middle management guy. He is completely unempathetic. He does not care. He views humanity around him as being beneath him in intelligence. One of the guys who, you give him world power and he turns into a fucking sociopath. Like that kind of guy.
Right, yeah.
And his whole aim is to climb the corporate ladder enough to be set for life and to have enough money to be as comfortable as he wants. And he doesn't care if he does it at the expense of other human beings, because to him they're garbage.
Right.
And when it starts off, he's just fired somebody who desperately needs the job in this office building because he's taking care of his sick wife and his kids, and but our guy's like, fuck it, I don't care, you're fired. He says to me, he's like, tell me in under 60 seconds why I shouldn't fire you. Nope, that reason's not good enough, you're gone. So later, at the end of the day, our protagonist is just reading a book at the train station, and then the guy who he fired comes up from behind and pushes him into the way of the oncoming train. Little bit of justice. And just as the train is about to hit, all time stops. Time freezes. And our guy is conscious, and his eyes are moving around, and he's in his body, but he's just hovering in space, like raindrops are still, everything is still. And then God shows up. God shows up as this voice that speaks, it kind of moves through the crowd of people around him and speaks through mouths of all the people. And essentially God just tells him how fucking tired he is of everything. It's pretty much God has stopped time specifically just to lament to this terrible person about how shitty his job is as God. And he says things like, it's so terrible. I don't even want that much. I just want people to appreciate the complexity of the universe that I've created. no one cares anymore. No one cares about themselves anymore. No one cares about each other anymore. It's one thing that they're not praying to me anymore, but they don't not even loving each other. Like what the hell is going on?
They don't pray to me. They don't even pray to themselves.
Exactly. He's just like, what is it with you guys? I just don't get it sometimes. I'm all knowing, and sometimes even I don't get it. And okay, now think about this, right? You're in this position of you're being suspended in space and time, and a being makes itself aware to you, who, for all you know, is all-powerful and addresses itself as God. Would you then decide to be a total douchebag in that moment?
I'm not entirely sure. Can't answer that question just yet.
Well, our guy decides to be a douchebag. He says, well, I don't believe in God. You're not God. I'm gonna call you Being X. Because I don't believe you fucking exist. But even if you did exist, you're fucking terrible at your job. And God's like, I'm sorry, what? He's like, yeah, you're fucking terrible at your job. You see how inefficiently shit runs on this planet? How unmechanical things are? You're terrible at your job.
Right up until, so put it this way, right up until we get to the efficiency and the mechanics, yes, I can totally see myself doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just and he brings up the point of like, what? And here's the thing: before this, God brings up that the only thing he really does anymore at this point, because so many things have been taking care of themselves, that the only thing he really does very actively anymore is taking care of like reincarnation. Because that's the only thing that he can really do completely that nature or humans can't do for ourselves at this point.
Right. Okay.
And and even after this has been said, this guy brings up the fact of like, oh, come on. Of course people aren't going to pray to you or care about you. The only people who give a shit about a god are weak, like soft-minded people who can't do anything for themselves. Cretins. Those are the only people who even give a shit about your existence. If someone was born, the only time people care about you is if they're without technology and they're suffering. No one gives a crap about you otherwise, and nor should they. And then God says, oh wait, so you're saying if I were to make you suffer, you'd believe in me? And right as he says, the guy's like, wait, no. Train hits him.
But he lives through it, I assume.
No. Train hits him. He gets reincarnated. Okay. He gets reincarnated in like a different timeline. This is like a multi-universe world. He gets reincarnated into a different timeline as a young girl in the time period is like pre-World War II orphanage.
Oh.
It's not really World War II because it's not our world. It's like an alternate timeline, but it's like that time period in an orphanage. But here's the thing: even though he's born as a girl named Tanya, he has all the memories of his previous life, including the conversation with God.
Huh.
And that's what will make him suffer, is knowing that.
Oh, even better. It gets even better, and I love it. So this is a world where magic exists, where magic and technology exist together. And people who can use magic, who are called mages, are especially taken up by like the various militaries of the various countries, because the best weapon is a magical weapon. And Tanya has been born in this world with a very, very impossibly high aptitude for magic. So she ends up signing up to the army and ends up like rising through a couple of the ranks and becoming a corporal by like the age of 12. And so her whole plan is, she's like, okay, what I was going to do in my previous life is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to rise through the ranks of the military until I get an officer's position way back at the at the very rear of the war going on. I'm going to live in my cushy little office position and not give a fuck. And that way, I'll say fuck you to God because I made my own destiny anyway. And then God says, you think you outsmarted me, but you didn't. So here's what's going to happen. Every time you want to use your magic and channel it through these machines in a way that won't get you killed, you have to pray to me. You have to glorify my name. And if you don't, your magic's going to backfire and kill you. What do you think of that shit?
Oh, man. Jesus.
And the best thing is that by doing this, like, Tanya becomes, like, a war hero. She becomes someone who is, like, respected amongst her countrymen. And she's seen as praising God, and her magic works better. So she is being used as a tool to spread religious thought.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like in the Monkey King, which is like, I will get away from you, Buddha. There's no getting away from me. My hand is everywhere. This is what we're talking about. Can't get away from me. It's not gonna happen. Well, I'm gonna pee on this mountain. The mountain is my finger, Monkey King. I'm fucking sick of your shit. Look, I don't hate you, but sit under this rock for 500 years while I go chill out on my lotus. Peace.
Yeah, that's the thing, and the thing about it too is that, like, in this anime, God keeps giving him outs. He's like, I just want you to. That's the thing. Yes, Jail Knight. I was talking about Tanya the Evil. Yeah, like, in this, like, God pretty much is just saying, like, I really just want you to learn a lesson. I really just want you to be empathetic, and understand your fellow man, and understand that the way things are that way because they have to be. So, I really just want you to realize that. And every time she's like, no, fuck you, I can do everything by myself. People are scum, I don't need anything. And it's just like, all right, I tried.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's the thing. Like, look, I'm not saying I'm the wisest man on the planet, but at the point when you've proven to me that you're an infallible, multi-dimensional being that controls reality, I might humble myself a little bit.
Yeah. You might at least go like, well, you're obviously something that I don't understand.
I mean,
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'd still ask the question about, like, okay, so why suffering though?
Why
I'd
suffering?
still ask that.
Well, the funny thing is that my experiences have given me the answer. We suffer because we need to survive. And suffering is a great motivator against doing shit. The problem is it's not necessarily very good at things that are maybe yes, maybe no. Because that's where most of our real suffering happens, right? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe this is a good idea, maybe it's not. Maybe I want this, maybe I don't. This person, that person, the left, right, up, down. Sometimes, and especially as you make more and more and more critical decisions about your life, it gets like this. You always feel bad for the road not taken, no matter what it is. Because there was a reason you wanted to take it. Whether it's because it was easier, which is the worst which is an understandable, but is considered basically the worst reason. It's like, I didn't do that because I was lazy. Well, fair enough, but now you're a lazy jackass. Now what do you think? Now what? Okay, so I'm not a lazy jackass, but I'm afraid of this thing. Well, why are you afraid of it? Well, I don't really know. It's a vague instinct. Well, you gotta suffer over that now. Because suffering is not just a physical sensation, it is... Your mind is engaged in it. Your mind is engaged in real suffering. Physical suffering is like, bad shit happened, man. Bad shit happens. Poison hurts. You know, breaking a leg hurts. Why? So that you don't do things that break your leg. Because we know what happens if you lose the ability to feel pain. You become a leper. Your limbs just fall off.
Because you just don't give up.
Yeah, because you don't even notice. You don't even notice. You don't notice that your leg is getting infected. You don't notice that your toes aren't working right. You simply don't notice. You know, so you have to have pain in order to maintain your physical integrity. Or rather, it's a very good tool to maintain your physical integrity. Very good. You know, so there you go. So that's why you feel pain. You know, but existential suffering, that's to me the harder question. You know, why the existential suffering? And then I'm always like, well, because it seems to be an inevitable consequence of a survival strategy based on the avoidance of pain. Maybe if we had developed some other way, it wouldn't be suffering that plagued us. It would be something else. You know, perhaps it would be, we would call it something like doubt. You know, because we doubt, but like doubt, we consider doubt part of suffering, not suffering part of doubt. If you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so maybe if we grew up another way, we would have identified a different emotion that would have been the source of all our problems. You know, because we not only know suffering is not just the word that we use. We know what we're talking about when we know what we're talking about when we say that. So that's the reason there's suffering in the world, is because we have to survive in it.
Oh, you know, and Bobby Dunny just brought up something interesting.
Oh yeah.
The concept, pain is always going to be there. Suffering is a choice. To an extent, yes, because in the sense of like the Eastern traditions, when they talk about suffering, they're not necessarily talking about the physical suffering. They're talking about the mental anguish. You know.
Yeah. I wouldn't even go so far as to say that suffering is a choice. I would go so far as to say that suffering is a consequence of intellect.
Yeah, and you know, and that's the thing. It's like with the question of like why suffering. Now this is my pragmatism coming out. I say that doesn't matter why the suffering. Either way, the reality of suffering is there. So it doesn't matter why. The important question then becomes, does your religion, spirituality, or life philosophy or methodology give you a way to, even if it's just temporarily, understand and or escape the suffering? You know, how do you lead to the cessation of suffering? But to me, that's the important question. Not it's.
I feel like I need to say something that 1 Okoya 1 said. They said, sort of like the deprivation tank thing, without the input, we make our own until we simply break down. That proves to me you've never actually done it, because that is not what happens. What happens when you are in the deprivation tank is that your mind calms, and all of a sudden, you realize that there is something in the tank with you, and that's you. You're always with you.
Yes.
And your mind is very, very calm, unless there is something truly plaguing you. It is entirely possible to be an anxious mess in that thing, but you've got to be being plagued by something. You know, something has to be truly plaguing you, something you gotta fucking handle. You know, if you're in the isolation tank, you're having a bad time, you know you've got to deal with this. You have to figure out what that thing is, and you have to deal with it as quickly as possible, because it is fucking you up on a fundamental level. But yeah. You don't just completely break down. You quiet down. There's a difference. Breaking down is when you shatter. Quieting down is when you just relax. And that's what happens in the sensory deprivation tank.
It's kind of like whenever like the issue of like imprisoned solitary confinement comes up.
Solitary confinement's way different.
Oh yeah, no. It's different. It is different. I'm not saying that it's not. It is different. And it's one of those things where you look at like the issue of solitary confinement and you're like, yeah, that is a monstrous thing. It should be gotten rid of. There are so many terrible, negative, monstrous side effects that happen to a person in solitary confinement. And yet, oddly enough, I keep thinking to myself, what would happen if you put an experienced Buddhist monk into solitary confinement? My guess is nothing.
Yeah, because you can your practice is predicated upon the creation of the interior world, because you're just sitting there doing it so often. The reality is what makes a prison a prison. You can't leave voluntarily. That's what makes a prison. A prison is a situation you can't leave voluntarily.
Right.
Now, it's one of those things where it's entirely possible for the Buddhist meditator to put himself in a position where he is mentally not in the prison, where he is not suffering. But that's a rarefied state.
Oh no,
Few
yeah,
people can do that.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. But that's why I find so interesting that there was a project with, and I forget the prison, but they took they found like the most violent prison in America. I think it might have been in Arizona. I'm not entirely sure. And they introduced a radical experiment, which was Vipassana meditation. They straight up introduced the completely silent, meditating for 12 hours a day, never talking to anyone. They actually instituted, for a select few, a Buddhist Vipassana meditation. And eventually it spread throughout the prison, and the effects were astronomical. The effects were astronomical. Beyond the fact that, stuff like that leads to the curbing of, violent tendencies, self-created suffering, and things like that. Beyond that, the inmates were actually able to cope with the reality of prison, which is amazing.
Yeah. That is kind of amazing.
Because the thing you always have with what do prisoners talk about? Oh, they talk about what they're going to do when they get out. They're not here. They can't cope with the reality, so they projected their ego forward in time. What am I going to do when I get out?
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Oh, wow.
Whenever we
talk
about
man,
challenging the self and deprivation tanks, I always get this image back I got from a nightmare I had as a child, which was total blackness, except for some reason I can still make things out, but everything else is black. So it's just like things that are important have light bouncing off them, things that are not are in total blackness. So I'm aware that I'm in shallow, cold water, and then just at the eye line of just above the eye line of the water is literally like a version of myself just above the water, poking their eyes out, looking back at me with that same kind of malevolent spirit, like embodiment of that spirit in my own flesh, staring back at me from when I am alone. And I don't know, that imagery it's very potent for me, but it's also it's one of the reasons I've never gone into a deprivation intake, and I'm really
so you have a much more immediately personified shadow.
Yeah, that would probably be it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I literally saw my shadow.
Yeah, it's literally an evil version of yourself. That's really interesting. That's actually comparatively rare.
I wouldn't say it was necessarily evil. It was just wholly wrong. It was anathemic. It was anathemic to the world in which
malevolent. It's malevolent. Yeah,
well, I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I would use anathema as the word because the malevolence is just part of its existence as an anathema.
Okay, so
our world exists, so it is here to break it. By acting through malevolence, thus it breaks it.
Yeah, destroyer of worlds kind of stuff.
And whenever it rises from the water, its limbs are always too damn long. I'm wondering if there's symbolism in there.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a long reach.
Yes.
You know, it has a long reach. It can do great harm from a distance. You know, yeah, absolutely. Like, you don't even need to think about that too hard. Just think of it as a predator and what kind of like advantages a predator with long arms would have. Just grab you, and you can't get to its vitals. You can't effectively fight back. You know, you're not with your bare hands. You need like a gun or a spear, or a crossbow or something. You know, but if it looks like you, chances are it's a shadow, and that means it's something that has to be confronted and more importantly understood. You know, like it's very odd. I do not see my shadow self. I embody it. You know, I embody it when the time comes, and it's rough. It's very rough because it's how to put it? Mine is a tendency to hate everything. It's when I hate everything. It's when I hate everything because everything is painful and bad. You know?
I think I'm starting to figure out right now what mine is. Now I'm bringing it into the open because I've never really talked about this before, especially with someone who has studied like Jungian philosophy specifically. But I think it's part of myself which I fear and abject the most from my consciousness, from my ego. It's the part that I reject most from my ego. Is that the shadow?
It can be.
Okay.
It can be.
What it is, it's the malevolence of it. It's my desire to hurt others. That is my shadow.
That's a shadow.
I've been able to reconcile with because, and I think the long reach of it is obviously very fits very strongly with myself, which is I am long and gangly individual. It's just that to the extreme where its arms are a few meters long and then there's just an elbow and then a few more. meters.
The shadow is also often also a key to understanding the archetype, which is the archetypes are basically characters. They're psychological characters. Sometimes he refers to them as masks. But one of them is more important to you than all the others. Everyone has multiple masks, but there's one that is central. Like, for example, like among a lot of us YouTubers, there are two masks we will wear. One is the Joker, And the other one is either the outlaw or the hero. The outlaw is not necessarily the hero, but some people put on the mask of the outlaw. A guy who we all know who puts on the mask of the outlaw is the Amazing Atheist. He puts on the mask of the outlaw. The outsider. That's why he doesn't. That's the image he projects to the world. He neither gets along with. He gets along with no ideology, not even all atheists. That is not his deal. He sees himself as the outsider, and the dark side of the outsider is the tyrant. It's intolerance. Intolerance is the dark side. It is a bad version of yourself that exists if you don't curb all the negative tendencies. But in order to curb it, you have to see it, you have to acknowledge it, and then you have to figure out what it really needs. Very much like Yogi was saying with the talking to your demon ritual.
Oh my god, get out of my wavelength. I was literally waiting for you to end this sentence so I could bring that up.
Yeah.
Because I was literally about to say with that, I was literally about to say Jack, I think Alex might benefit from the feeding of the demon.
Yeah. Because if you've seen the shadow before you understand your own archetype, that might just be the direction you need to go in. Is if you've seen it.
The thing is, the visualizing it. The thing is, it scares the shit out of me.
It should.
Like, it's hard. Okay, it's hard to visualize it as existential horror.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should. That means it almost absolutely is. It almost absolutely is the shadow.
Long of limb and long of reach, buries its face in to consume. What I always visualize it. The visualization that I come up with when I wake up after dreams, which I've seen it. Mm-hmm. It's always. It can use its sudden reach to snap out, grab me, pull me in, and then start burrowing its head into my flesh with its mouth.
Ooh, yeah.
Which is shaped like my own face, but it extends the jaw.
Yeah. If the terror of it is that visceral, most likely it is the shadow, because that's the feeling that you're supposed to have. If you're not immediately repelled by it in some way, it's not the great negativity of who you are. That's how you know it.
And I said it was my desire to harm others, which is my whole life being this huge fucking guy.
That's right. I keep forgetting you're 6'8".
Yeah. This whole fucking I'm always consciously aware that I could simply stop caring and physically devastate the people around me while I'm walking through the crowd. I pick up my pace and I square my shoulders, and I can seriously harm a few people. That's all it takes.
Yeah. You be so strong, you pet a kitten, you'd crush it. That kind of thing. Yes.
Yeah. My entire life, my entire existence is holding back on my taking of space and amongst others. Because my very existence is impositional upon others, and so if I let it really loose, it absolutely tears apart everything around me, because it just requires so much of the world, and that sort of selfish, predatory hunger is what I kind of embodied the shadow with.
Yeah. Yes.
And the thing is, I find myself sometimes realizing I'm indulging in the shadow.
Yeah.
I can take up a lot of space on the bus.
Yeah.
I can put my bag down and put one foot up without realizing it. And when I'm consciously aware of it, I move to make sure I take up as little space as possible. But this natural instinct to spread and sort of possess.
Yeah. Okay, now here's the truth.
And not just the physical space, the actual social and emotional space around me.
Yeah.
I spread out and I consume resources, and I feel bad about that, and that I think that feeling bad about that is what creates the shadow.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is where Jung is basically about to tell you the horrible, unfortunate truth. Here is the horrible, unfortunate truth. The shadow is dark. It's repellent. It's scary, but it's also your power source.
Yeah.
It's what makes you powerful.
Yeah,
and you have to reconcile this. This is one of the jobs of a human being, is to reconcile this, because you can't go through life powerless, but you also can't go through life abusing everybody.
Well, see, the metaphor I always have with it, it's coming up to the darkened shore.
Yeah,
right?
It's coming out of the water. It's coming out of the depths.
Like I'm the one coming from the shore, going into the waters to draw it out.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the spined fins of all sorts of horrible things that dwell in the shadow world. But then it comes to me, and I have to have a sacrifice for it to keep the shore from encroaching further.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I have to have something for it, or it will seize me.
Have you ever taken a Jungian personality test?
I have not.
You should look into it. Take a few of them. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, but they give you a really good gauge for what your personal archetype is. And I am going to almost guarantee you that, because your image of this is so strong, when you find it, you're gonna know. You're like, and it's not always gonna be a fit that is obvious. You don't always know which one it is until you really look at it and you're honest with yourself, and you're like, yeah, it's this one, because it's not like astrology. It's not like being a Taurus or a Libra. These are the Jungian archetypes are based in very deep personality traits, that are real, that are in existence. So I would take one of those tests, see it, look at it, and they should, and look into the archetypes that it tells you. The really good ones will tell you that you are more this, less this. They will tell you the top 3, and they will tell you the one which you are most of. And that's the most important one. It's not the only important one, but it's the one with the most importance. And look into that archetype and see if you can find a website or a book that also describes its shadow. And when you see the description of the shadow, I guarantee that's when you're gonna know. You're gonna look at it and you're like, nope, that's it. That's the shadow. That means my major personality can be, explained through the archetype of fill in the blank.
And see, that is imagery that has always been unsubstantially frightening to me.
It should be.
Like there's no good basis for it. Like, as an example, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Right.
Just the design of the aliens at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Or like the designs of the alien in Signs. That slightly too long of limb gray. That imagery alone, the slightly too long of limb, has always been so specifically bothersome for me. Like the shape of the whole Grey's aliens aesthetic has actually been specifically disturbing for me for a very long time. If you cartoonify it enough, it's fine. But like that sort of realistic version of the Greys, that design has always given me the heebie-jeebies. I do not like the way it looks.
It's. I just keep thinking now, especially since Alex has brought up the idea of, like, I feel like I must have a sacrifice for it. And I'm like, oh, defeating ritual. Oh.
Yeah.
I just keep it now. I need to link you this stuff now. I really do.
Please do.
Yeah. No, because that's like a thing. There's like there's this whole thing in Tibetan Buddhist Tantra where it's like, oh, okay, well, what do we do with these inner demons? Well, we will literally begin to cut ourselves up into tiny pieces and sacrifice our actual being to feed the demons. Wait, why? Because it gives us absolute power over them through the power of letting go, and merging, which is something that seems totally anachronistic, but it works.
It's really bizarre. And one of the things that's really odd is there's some people who report, well, what does it want? It wants to eat my goodness. That's what it wants. It's like, what does it need? It needs to devour, my goodness. I can't let it do that. And you're like, no, you have to do it. You're like, okay, because as it turns out, too much goodness is also toxic.
To them.
Yeah, to the person. It's like they are putting such pressure on themselves to be good, it's hurting them. And that's not doing anybody any good, because if you're not joyfully helping people, there's no reason to do it. And you slide into nihilism. That's not good. Because the one thing you got to say about the shadow, it always cares. Oh, it always cares. That's why it's your power source. It always cares.
Actually, now that I think about it, perfect metaphor for like the whole like why the whole feeding the demons things works. You remember the South Park episode, Red Hot Catholic Love?
No.
It's the...
is that the one with the Gilgamesh Catholics?
Yeah, the Gilgamesh Catholics. Okay. The holy document of Vatican law cannot be changed, so saith the spider.
Yes.
Yeah, that whole shit. Where, and the whole town becomes atheists and all that other bullshit. But... you remember there's the minor subplot going on with the boys where Cartman bets Kyle $20 that he can crap out his mouth.
Yes. Maybe if you put it up your butt, you crap out your mouth.
and you remember, like, when he wins that bet, he lords it over Kyle, like, oh, look, I went to the bank and turned your 20 into singles. Now I can make it rain myself. Oh,
Kaz money.
Yes. And it just nags at Kyle, and he can't stand it, and it's causing him all this suffering. But at the very end of the episode, the way that he defeats this is going to Cartman and going, you know what, Cartman? I just want to tell you something. You were absolutely right. Hey, wait, what? Yeah, you were absolutely right, and I was wrong. And I didn't want to admit it, because I was insecure about that fact. But you really impressed me, and I'm proud of you. You earned that money, Cartman, and you deserve it. You son of a bitch, Kyle! And he just leaves, and it never happens again. It's like, yeah, no, that's the perfect metaphor for this.
Yeah. You give it what it needs. It might get mad, but it chills out. It will chill out. And you need it to, because you need to be able to harness and control your own powers.
It's the ultimate Buddhist teaching. Like, how do you defeat like the evil quelling within? Through compassion.
Yeah. Through figuring out what it wants, what it needs, and you tame it like a wild horse. And is it dangerous? Of course, it's dangerous. But the good thing is success. You're more likely to succeed than fail. unless something really terrible has happened to you. You know, as long as you have a semblance of a complete, you are a semblance of a complete person. You know, you can find ways. You know.
I find the shadow, what my shadow does is it reaches and consumes, and it rushes forwards to grab and take and gnaw upon, like a Wendigo or some shit like that.
Right. It's always hungry.
Yeah, but what I've because that hunger, what it is in my practical existence, is the fact that I can, if I choose to be, physically, who I am as a person, emotionally, socially, what's expected of a person of larger stature, who is boisterous, words like I am. It is imposing. It imposes its hunger upon the world around us. That's what it does. It is the sea imposing its hunger upon the land.
Oh. Yeah. I think you should take a few Jungian personality types, personality tests.
What I noticed, though, so what I do normally to try and feel like I'm being a good, conscious, responsible person is I try to take up as little space as possible.
Oh.
So, what I found, there is a moment where I feel very good. I feel all parts of my existence feel uncharacteristically good when I can do this, which is when I can assert and impose myself for the good of the people around me. As an example, if I'm on a crowded bus and they stop and they're trying to pack people on and people aren't shuffling to the back, I shout at everybody, start moving towards the back. And that feels like I'm at peace with my shadow, I guess. Because I am imposing myself to make things better for others.
Yeah. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
but
and I'm trying to figure out what else gives me that feeling.
Exactly. You need to figure out how you have that feeling for you, because that's I guarantee you that's what it wants. You know, like I guarantee it, because that's always what it wants. Like every shadow wants you to be better, important, and powerful. They all want that. You know, they all want it. It's just whatever hang up you've got that's getting in the way, you know. But yeah, I would read up on it, because I would take one of the personality tests and I would read up on that, and I would take a few of them, because I guarantee you once you find the archetype and the description of its shadow, you'll be like, nope, that's it, and that'll give you a key to how to actually handle it. You know, and
the verb that is associated with this is it wants to seize me.
Yep.
It wants to do that raging forward and taking.
Yeah. It wants to take you. It wants to dominate the archetype, dominate the eidolon, because it's not getting something. But it's something. But always remember, it's something you want. It's always something you want. It's not a thing that exists outside of you. It is actually a part of you. You know, and understanding it is key to living with it, and is key to reconciling it. You know, this is why is stuff that like the last two Persona games all about this. You know, because what happens in Persona 4 if you don't reconcile your shadow? It kills you. It just devours. It kills you. You just die. And in 5, the same thing happens. You know, if you don't reconcile the shadow, it destroys you. You know, so you got to do it. You know, you don't have a choice. You have to do it. You know, it's definitely a tree of knowledge moment, tree of insight moment. You know, you go into the dark depths like, your weapons, you will not need them. What's in there? Only what you take with you. you know, like it's all that kind of jazz. Now, the good thing is you don't have to fight it all at once. Yeah. You don't have to fight it all at once. You know, it's as you will spend. It is bad. You will spend large amount. You can meet this as you need to. You know, but I wouldn't I wouldn't stall. I wouldn't hesitate. I would start. You know, because that's a very, very, very strong image. And once you have a very strong image, that usually means it's getting close to the time to act.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! All right. Actually, I think on that note, perhaps we should end for the evening.
It's a good note to end
It's
on.
a good note to end on. Yeah. I want to thank Brother Alex, the Deep Fish Friar, for joining us. I want to thank once again Yogi Devdas, as always. You know, obviously check out his channel. White guy, was it Western guy with Vaedic eyes?
Yep,
which he talks at length about a variety of topics, mainly Hindu based. I particularly loved the video about the class structure of India.
Yes.
Yeah, and I love how you basically said the problem with the class structure of India is not that it comes from the religion, it's actually deeper.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, the whole caste thing, that's Hinduism. I'm like, oh, no. You find Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, Sikhs, Christians, and even atheists who get into that. It's the societal problem.
Yeah. That's like blaming the left and right divide, the Republican Democrat divide in American politics on Christianity. And you're like, oh no. It's a completely different argument with a different source, you know. And yes, Christianity is often the medium of which that argument happens, but that's actually not it. Even if Christianity were to disappear tomorrow, these arguments would still be happening. Alex, do you have a YouTube channel these days?
I do not actually, but I know a friend of mine wants to start a live stream soon. Like he's our current DM, and he wants to start. Basically, he's figured out a way to. He's a very interesting character. He's one of the people who actively and constantly, in almost every case, prefers to GM over being a player. Almost all the time. He actively does not want to be a player.
Oh man! That's odd.
Yeah, and
like I really love GM. I used to really love GMing. It's my thing. But recently, well, because I'm doing so many other things, it's like I don't have time to write this stuff. I don't have time to stat out characters.
Yeah. Whereas for this guy, he's just like, oh, I just love playing with systems and rules and learning different groups of people and how he's basically doing alchemy with people and systems and the experiences which rise from that actually energize him. So we always have to we end the game on a good story note because he's never tired by the end of the session.
Got it.
The first thing he does when everyone leaves is start going back to work on whatever game he's got next because he does like 4 games a week.
Oh, gee, whoa, that
GM's
is a lot. That is a lot. Let me double.
He was the guy who showed me Sona, that Finnish horror film I sent you. Have you seen it yet?
Sauna.
Oh,
Sauna. No, I haven't watched Sauna yet. I haven't had a time. I've been building the machines.
Is a Gnostic horror piece on accessing the transcendental liminal space through your own despair. It's not a happy movie.
All right, obviously, I'm going to need to be in a slightly better mental place in order to handle that. You know, because I'm kind of dancing along the edge, as it were. I probably don't want to tip myself over, but I will definitely keep that in mind. And with that said, hey, everybody in the Slud Pit, Satan and I love you very, very much, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you for joining us on this Satanic Sunday. And remember, if you're going to be a sinner, you might as well be the best one you can.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. Good night,
Hail
everyone.
Satan.